Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I'd been slumped in my squeaky office chair, counting the minutes until the midday heat lost its grip, when the radio crackled on the desk. One of our volunteers' voices trembled on the other end, asking for immediate backup. They'd spotted smoke rising from somewhere near the far boundary of our little desert park. Normally, suspicious plumes of smoke meant yet another junker set ablaze. Something we saw often enough that it barely rattled me anymore. But the quiver in the volunteer's tone gnawed at me. Something about this situation felt off. Without waiting for protocol or double-checking any sign-out sheets, I grabbed my keys and waved my coworker, Manny, over. We piled into our dusty truck and took off down the barren road, nothing but a shimmer of heat on the horizon. My mind kept replaying worst-case scenarios, a wildfire blazing out of control, folks trapped in a gutted vehicle. Or maybe something darker I couldn't fully process yet. The desert seemed too quiet as we sped toward the site. Normally I'd catch glimpses of desert hares scuttling across the road, or a hawk circling overhead. Not this time. The entire place felt as if it was bracing for bad news. Manny fiddled with the radio, trying to reach the volunteers again, but all we got was static laced with muffled crackles. Each burst of static made me grip the steering wheel tighter. The road stretched ahead like a scar across the landscape, and with each mile marker we passed, the dread in my stomach intensified. 6 years I'd been a ranger at Sandstone National Park, and I'd seen plenty of disturbing things. Hikers with heat stroke babbling nonsense, drug deals gone bad, even a murder-suicide at one of the lookout points. But something in that volunteer's voice triggered an alarm deep in my subconscious. "Try them again," I told Manny, my voice sounding hollow in the cab. He adjusted the frequency. "Volunteer unit, this is Ranger Station. Come in." Nothing but static. I pressed harder on the accelerator, sending a cloud of dust billowing behind us. The truck's engine whined in protest as we climbed a steep incline. From the top of the rise, we could see the eastern boundary of the park, and there it was, a thick column of smoke rising from behind a cluster of rock formations, black against the cloudless blue sky. "That's not a campfire," Manny muttered. "Too much smoke." I nodded grimly. The smoke was oily and dense, the kind that comes from synthetic materials burning, plastic, rubber, upholstery. Vehicle fire, no doubt about it. But the location made no sense. That section of the park had no road access. You'd have to drive off-trail for at least 2 miles of rough terrain to reach it. We rounded a bend and spotted thick smoke curling into the sky. That acrid scent of burned rubber and metal practically tore through the truck's ventilation. We pulled up, tires crunching on gravel, and the volunteers waved us over, their faces drained of color. I stepped out and got an immediate taste of heat so intense it felt like a furnace blast. The car in question was more of a scorched metal skeleton at this point, the flames mostly dying down but leaving behind angry black fumes. Manny and I exchanged uneasy glances. We'd dealt with torched vehicles before. Thieves often dumped them after stripping out valuable parts. But as we edged closer, something caught my eye through the shattered driver's side window. It looked like a large lump leaning against the steering wheel. I tried convincing myself it was just a mass of melted upholstery. Stepping around for a clearer look, I discovered it was definitely not just a ruined seat. My stomach dropped. I found myself staring at the remains of a person, the body blackened and distorted, features impossible to make out. The door handle had melted in places, and the rope, yes, rope, had fused to the metal. This wasn't a simple joyride gone wrong. Someone had brought this car here, bound the person inside, and shot them before setting the entire thing aflame. The sight pressed down on me, suffocating, like the desert itself was turning hostile. Manny rushed back to the truck to call for proper backup. As we stood by, the smoke coiled in the sky, trailing a pungent odor that clung to my clothes. Time seemed to grind to a halt while we waited. One of the volunteers hovered near me, stammering about how they'd initially assumed the car was just another stolen husk, until they peered into the driver's seat. I remember scanning the area, paranoid about a possible suspect lurking in the brush, maybe watching us from behind a tumbleweed. The fire department eventually roared in, dousing the smoldering wreck, sending up fresh plumes of steam. Then the police arrived, setting up a perimeter with that familiar yellow tape. I tried to focus on small details, like half-burned food wrappers on the ground and the bullet holes scarring the frame. How many shots were fired? Was the victim alive when they were bound? I hated how my own thoughts drifted into morbid territory. The volunteer who'd made the discovery, a retired schoolteacher named James, sat on a rock nearby, his face ashen. I walked over and offered him my canteen. "First time seeing something like this?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. He nodded, his hands shaking as he took a sip of water. 28 years teaching high school biology. Dissected frogs, pigs, even a human cadaver once at a workshop. But this... His voice trailed off. I understood. There's something profoundly different about encountering death in its violent, unnatural state. The human brain isn't wired to process it easily. I'd seen enough over the years to build some emotional calluses, but even I felt nauseated. The sheriff arrived, his SUV kicking up dust as it braked hard. He was a stocky man with weathered skin and eyes that had seen too much. I knew him, Sheriff Reeves. We'd worked together on various incidents over the years. "What have we got?" he asked, pulling on latex gloves. I briefed him on what we'd found, keeping my voice steady through practiced professionalism. But inside my mind was racing, imagining scenarios. Who was the victim? Why bring them all the way out here? The desert held many secrets, but this one seemed particularly dark. As investigators combed the scene, I noticed something glinting in the sand about 20 feet from the car. I pointed it out to one of the crime scene techs, who carefully dug it up. A shell casing, then another, and another. 5 in total, forming a rough semicircle. "Execution style," the tech murmured, bagging the casings. But I could count at least 7 entry points in the vehicle's frame. Some shots had missed. The victim had struggled. I turned away, swallowing hard against the bile rising in my throat. Hours slipped by as investigators combed through the ashes, taking pictures, bagging up scraps of rope. I noticed Manny in a corner, staring silently at the wreck. He'd told me once that he was used to gore from a past job, but even he looked shaken. What we found here wasn't just violence, it was cruelty. Eventually, the site was labeled secure, and the authorities sent us on our way. We left behind a few sheriff's deputies to maintain the perimeter until forensics could finish up. As Manny and I drove back, the sky had bled into a deep, sun-scorched orange. My head swam with everything we'd witnessed. The volunteers, wide-eyed and jittery, followed in their own car, still reeling from the realization that the scene they'd stumbled upon was so much worse than they'd feared. By the time we reached the station, a rumor was already circulating about the haunted site. Word travels fast in small circles, and folks around here can't resist a good ghost story. I overheard someone joking about how it had probably become the park's most sought-after camping spot. Visitors love a grim legend. But there was nothing amusing in the images still stuck in my head. The scorched seat, the twisted rope, that unrecognizable form in the driver's seat. Back at the ranger station, I had to file an incident report. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, struggling to find clinical language for what we'd discovered. How do you describe the way charred human remains look without the words sounding either too detached or too graphic? I settled for the bare minimum of detail required, focusing instead on the logistics, time of discovery, personnel involved, actions taken. The phone rang constantly. News outlets catching wind of the story. Local residents concerned about safety. Park administrators demanding updates. I fielded the calls mechanically, my mind still out there in the desert with that ghastly scene. Sheriff Reeves stopped by around sunset, looking tired. "Any ID on the victim?" I asked. He shook his head. "Vehicle was reported stolen 3 days ago from a mall parking lot in Henderson. As for the body..." He paused, choosing his words. "Dental records might help, but it'll take time. Fire did a number on the remains." "Any theories?" "Several, none good." He rubbed his eyes. "Drug deal, maybe. Cartel hit. Or something personal. The effort to transport the victim all the way out here suggests whoever did this wanted privacy and time." The thought made my skin crawl. Someone had meticulously planned this murder, selected our remote corner of the desert as their execution ground. Had they been watching the park, studying our patrol schedules? Did they know about the blind spots in our surveillance? "We'll be increasing patrols," I told him, "and warning visitors." "Good." He handed me his card. "Call if anything else comes up. Anything at all. These kinds of killers sometimes return to the scene." Those words echoed in my head long after he left. Return to the scene. I imagined a shadowy figure lurking among the rocks, watching us process their handiwork, perhaps even now planning their next move. I tried distracting myself with trivial tasks, sorting gear, scribbling meaningless notes on my next shift's to-do list. Nothing helped. Deep down, I knew I wouldn't forget what I saw that day. The desert had always been harsh, but I'd never thought it could be so merciless. And we still had no clue who that poor person was, or why they ended up on that lonely stretch of sand. That night, insomnia took hold. All I could do was stare at the ceiling, replaying the stench of scorched metal and flesh. The hush of onlookers, too, rattled to speak. My mind refused to drift anywhere else. Instead, it clung to the notion that something, or someone, was out there, ready to do it again if they felt like it. For the first time since I started this job, the wide-open desert didn't look like a place of freedom. It felt like a place you go to bury your secrets, the kind that should never see daylight. For 3 days following the discovery, I moved through my duties like a ghost. The burned car scene dominated the local news. Speculation ran wild. Drug cartels, human trafficking, organized crime. The truth was, we had no answers, just questions that multiplied with each passing hour. The victim remained unidentified. Male, according to the preliminary autopsy, between 30 and 40 years old. No matches in the missing persons database so far. A phantom, burned beyond recognition, with no name to grant him dignity even in death. My apartment felt suffocating. Each night I'd lie awake, the ceiling fans spinning lazily overhead, casting elongated shadows that seemed to reach for me like grasping fingers. I'd jolt upright at every creak in the floorboards, every rustling branch against my window. Even with my service weapon in the nightstand drawer, I couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. Work offered no refuge. The atmosphere at the station had changed. Rangers who once joked easily with each other now spoke in hushed tones. Volunteers called in sick rather than patrol the outer boundaries. Everyone felt it. The violation of our sanctuary. The desert had always harbored dangers, heat stroke, flash floods, venomous creatures, but these were natural hazards we understood and respected. This human evil was something else entirely. On the 4th day, I was scheduled to patrol the eastern sector, including the area near where we'd found the car. I nearly called in sick. The thought of returning made my chest tighten. But something deeper than fear pushed me to go. Perhaps the stubborn belief that surrendering my territory to dread would only give power to whoever had committed that atrocity. The morning was unseasonably cool as I drove out, the horizon painted in soft pinks and golds. Beauty amid horror, the desert's constant contradiction. I stopped at several lookout points, scanning the landscape with binoculars, noting wildlife movements, checking for signs of illegal camping or off-trail driving. Everything seemed normal until I approached the site. Yellow police tape still cordoned off the area, fluttering in the breeze. The burned car was gone, hauled away for further forensic examination, but a large black stain marked where it had stood. Carbon, ash, and oil had soaked into the sand, creating a scar that would likely remain visible for years. I parked a respectful distance away and approached on foot. The wind had shifted the sand, partially covering some of the investigators' footprints, but the area still bore witness to the frantic activity of that day. Evidence markers had been removed, but I could see where they'd been placed. Small depressions in the sand marking where shell casings had been recovered. Standing there, I tried to reconstruct the scene in my mind. The killer, or killers, bringing their bound victim to this isolated spot. The terror the victim must have felt, realizing what was about to happen. Had they begged? Bargained? Or had they faced death with quiet dignity, knowing there was no escape? A sound behind me, the soft crunch of footsteps on sand, made me whirl around, hand instinctively moving to my sidearm. But it was only a desert tortoise, its ancient shell blending with the rocky terrain, moving with surprising speed toward a patch of scrub brush. I exhaled slowly, embarrassed by my jumpiness, yet unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. I was still reeling from the scorched car and the horrifying discoveries tied to it when we got another call that sent the station into a near panic. Our supervisor, usually the picture of calm, was on the phone, voice tight. A man on the line threatened to end everything, claimed he had a stash of guns. He spat out coordinates that placed him right on the fringe of our territory. I remember standing in the office, radio in hand, waiting to be dispatched. My mind already leaping to dreadful scenarios. Was I about to come across another scene as horrific as that burned-out husk? The cubicle farm chief tried to keep the man on the line, but he was raving about regret. About how he had nowhere else to go. That he wanted the desert to swallow him up. My co-worker Ricardo and I exchanged glances. We both knew we were going out there. Protocol demanded it. No matter how unqualified we felt for a crisis involving a potentially armed individual. We piled into the same dusty truck I'd driven to the charred vehicle days earlier. The sun was glaring overhead, and everything in the desert looked bleached, barren. Ricardo fiddled with the radio, trying to get more updates, but the chatter was fragmented. We heard that another ranger outfit had arrived first, so we sped up, hoping they'd managed to talk the man down. A pit in my stomach warned me the outcome might be far from ideal. As we approached the coordinates, we spotted a couple of trucks from that other agency parked at a crooked angle. One of their rangers stood by, raising a hand in a universal signal that basically said, "Keep your distance." We eased off the gas and rolled to a stop. I could feel a wave of dread pulsing from the group in front of us. I hopped out, scanning the desert for any sign of movement. The other agency's ranger, a woman who looked like she'd barely slept, walked over. Her expression was a mask of grief, as though she'd lived through this nightmare before. She whispered that the man we were looking for had followed through with his threat but hadn't perished instantly. He'd shot himself, then staggered a ways, leaving behind a heartbreaking trail of blood until he finally collapsed. That knowledge hit me like a weight on my chest. While Ricardo stayed back with the truck, I inched forward to where the sand turned darker. Another ranger was kneeling there, shaking his head, radio in hand. I couldn't see the man's body directly, it was behind some rocks, but the hush from everyone present told me I didn't want to. It made me think of the new ranger standing off to the side, hugging her own arms. Word around the station was that she'd lost her husband, a fellow ranger, to the same fate not long ago. And here she was, face to face with another self-inflicted tragedy. The parallels must have cut her deeper than words could describe. Ricardo came up behind me, asked if we should offer help, do anything at all. The other outfit's lead ranger shook her head. She said they had it under control, though her tired eyes suggested otherwise. They told us to leave so we wouldn't be buried in endless paperwork. Officially, it was a matter for local law enforcement to finalize. We lingered, unsure of our place. Ultimately, we retreated back to our truck, guilt and sadness trailing behind us. Driving away felt surreal. The interior of the truck was baking from the sun, but I was shivering inside, grappling with the idea that these desert parks I once loved had turned into a stage for human despair. The further we got from that scene, the more the day's bright sky turned into a punishing glare, as if the desert itself was tired of witnessing such sorrow. I couldn't stop thinking about that blood trail. How far had the man staggered before collapsing? What thoughts had gone through his mind in those final moments? Regret, perhaps? A desperate wish to undo what couldn't be undone? "You okay?" Ricardo asked as we drove back, his voice cutting through my dark reverie. I nodded automatically, but the truth was far from it. 2 deaths in our jurisdiction within a week. One, a brutal murder. The other, a suicide. Both violent ends in the vast emptiness of the desert. Both scenes that would be forever imprinted in my memory. Think there's a connection? Ricardo voiced the question hovering in my thoughts. Between the suicide and the murder? Doubtful, I replied. But uncertainty gnawed at me. The timing seemed too coincidental. 2 desperate acts in such proximity. Maybe, Ricardo persisted. The suicide guy knew something about the murder. Maybe he was involved and couldn't live with it. Pure speculation, I said. But the theory planted itself in my mind. What if he was right? What if the man who took his own life had been part of whatever happened at that burned car? A witness? An accomplice consumed by guilt? Back at the station, the combination of the burned car and the terrible discovery weighed on the mood. It was as if the walls themselves had absorbed the grimness. I heard hushed conversations in the hall, people whispering about how the desert had always attracted wanderers, how some folks came here for a spiritual rebirth while others sought an escape. Unable to take the tension, I decided to do something drastic. After my shift, I drove out to one of our closed parks for some midnight stargazing. I figured maybe solitude and a sky full of meteors could help me remember the desert's beauty, give me a reason to breathe easier. And for some odd reason, I packed my banjo. I'm no musician, but strumming a few off-key chords had a calming effect I needed. Under the cover of darkness, I navigated the winding roads leading to a park that had been closed to the public for the off-season. 30 miles of emptiness stretched behind me, not a single car light in sight. I pulled up to a rusted picnic table near the border of a dried-up wash, the overhead firmament ablaze with more stars than I'd seen in years. I climbed onto the table, banjo resting awkwardly in my lap. Each chord I played sounded tinny in the open space, and a breeze carried the notes away, scattering them across the desert. At first I found a small measure of peace in that rhythm. Plunk, plunk, squeak, a laugh at my own poor skills. Then my imagination flared. Images of charred rope, bullet holes, and that empty-eyed ranger discovering another unspeakable scene. Doubts crowded my head. This place suddenly felt like a proving ground for every dark possibility. I glanced at the horizon, wondering if a stranger with bad intentions lurked out there, hidden in the shadows. Memories of the haunted site flickered through my mind. Why had I chosen to be alone yet again? Where night could hide anything or anyone. A noise shattered my thoughts. Quick, muffled sounds in the brush, accompanied by what almost resembled whispers. My chest felt tight and I paused, banjo strings still vibrating from the last chord. Something or someone was moving in the darkness, not even trying to be subtle. My eyes struggled to focus, scanning the shrubs for a shape, human, animal, or worse. Those high-pitched murmurs drew nearer, punctuated by rustling leaves. I braced for some twisted confrontation. Maybe it was a group of drifters or local troublemakers who'd come upon me by chance. My pulse hammered, and every nerve wanted me to dash back to the truck. Suddenly, 3 coyotes burst from the undergrowth. They yipped and scampered like they owned the place, giving me barely a passing glance as they streaked by. My heart nearly jumped out of my throat in that moment, a bizarre mix of shock and relief. When their dark silhouettes merged with the distant night, I stood there blinking, banjo clutched in a trembling grip. I couldn't help chuckling at my own paranoia, but a heavier realization sank in. These desert creatures roamed confidently, oblivious to my presence and the nightmares people bring. They weren't weighed down by haunted campsites or heartbreak in the sand. This place was theirs. The moonlight cast everything in silver and shadow, transforming the familiar landscape into something alien. I set the banjo aside and lay back on the picnic table, looking up at the vast dome of stars. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a ribbon of spilled mercury. Under different circumstances, I would have found it breathtaking. Now, it only emphasized how insignificant and vulnerable I was, a speck of consciousness in an indifferent universe. A shooting star streaked across the heavens, its brief brilliance leaving an afterimage on my retinas. I'd always considered such sights good omens, but tonight it seemed more like a warning. Everything burns out eventually. Everything returns to darkness. The temperature was dropping rapidly, as it always does in the desert at night. I pulled my jacket tighter, but the chill seemed to seep directly into my bones. Not just from the cold, but from the growing certainty that something fundamental had changed in my relationship with this place. For years, I'd found solace in the desert's vastness, its ancient silences, its harsh beauty. Now those same qualities seemed threatening. The vastness meant nowhere to hide. The silence meant no one would hear a cry for help. The beauty was merely a mask concealing indifference to human suffering. I sat up abruptly, seized by the irrational certainty that I was being watched. The coyotes had long since disappeared, but something else seemed to lurk just beyond the reach of my vision. I scanned the darkness, straining to distinguish natural shapes from potential threats. Was that movement among the distant boulders? A shadow that shifted when it shouldn't have? My hand moved to the sidearm I'd brought with me, against regulations for off-duty rangers, but a precaution I couldn't forego after what I'd witnessed. The weight of it was reassuring, though I hoped desperately I wouldn't need to use it. "Get a grip," I muttered aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "There's nothing out there." But I couldn't convince myself. Every rustle of wind through the creosote bushes, every distant howl of a coyote, every creak of the cooling earth seemed loaded with menace. The desert that had once been my sanctuary had become a place of dread. And I put the banjo away, the final notes of my attempt at stargazing fading into memory. Driving back, I kept hearing those coyotes in my head, their wild, carefree calls echoing across the dunes, a stark contrast to the human tragedies we'd witnessed. Looking at the vacant road ahead, illuminated by my weak headlights, the desert didn't seem lifeless anymore. It was alive in a raw, indifferent way, capable of hosting scenes of cruelty, sadness, and awe. But the fear clung to me nonetheless, reminding me that while the coyotes found freedom out here, I was the one haunted by what we'd seen. No matter how many shooting stars lit the sky, or how many chords I strummed, I couldn't outrun that uneasy feeling that more trouble could be lurking just beyond the next stretch of desert. The next morning brought news. Sheriff Reeves called me directly, his voice grave but with an undercurrent of excitement that suggested a breakthrough. "We've identified your burn victim," he said without preamble. "Got a hit on the dental records. Name was Anthony Walsh, 37, small-time accountant from Las Vegas with gambling debts. And here's where it gets interesting. He was a bookkeeper for some local businesses, including a couple that we've long suspected of being fronts for money laundering." My pulse quickened. So this was a mob hit? Looks that way. Walsh skimmed some cash, tried to pay down his debts. Wrong move. I processed this, remembering the scorched car, the melted rope. And the suicide? Any connection? A pause on the line. Now that's the real kicker. The suicide victim? William Dunn, 42. Guess what he did for a living? Don't tell me. Another accountant? Private investigator, had an office in Henderson, and according to his phone records, Walsh called him 3 times in the week before his death. The pieces clicked together in my mind with sickening clarity. Walsh knew he was in trouble, hired Dunn to help him. That's our working theory. Dunn was looking into whoever Walsh had crossed. Got too close. And they made him watch what happened to Walsh. I whispered, the horror of it washing over me. then let him go, knowing he couldn't live with what he'd seen. Or knowing he'd do their job for them, Reeves said grimly. Either way, they wanted to send a message. Don't mess with their operation. Have you identified the businesses Walsh worked for? Working on it. But these people are careful. Layers of shell companies, offshore accounts. It'll take time. After we hung up, I sat at my desk, trying to wrap my mind around what I'd learned. The desert hadn't randomly been chosen as a dumping ground for unrelated tragedies. It had been deliberately selected as a stage for intimidation and punishment. Our peaceful park had become entangled in something dark and dangerous that stretched far beyond its boundaries. I wondered if it was over. Had the message been sent clearly enough? Or would there be more bodies, more scenes of horror awaiting discovery among the sand and stone? The thought sent a shudder through me. I'd always known that human darkness existed, but somehow I'd convinced myself that the desert's vastness offered a kind of protection, a buffer against the worst aspects of civilization. Now I understood that was an illusion. The desert didn't care. It accepted whatever was offered, beauty or brutality, with the same impassive silence. 2 weeks passed. No new bodies were discovered. No burned cars or trails of blood in the sand. Life at the ranger station gradually returned to something resembling normalcy. The yellow police tape was removed from the crime scenes. Visitors came and went, blissfully unaware of the darkness that had briefly touched this place. But I was changed. Each patrol felt different now. I found myself scanning the horizon not just for stranded hikers or illegal campsites, but for signs of violence, for threats lurking among the cacti and tumbleweeds. My radio was never far from reach. My sidearm always loaded. Sheriff Reeves called periodically with updates. 3 arrests had been made in connection with Walsh's murder. Low-level enforcers for a loan shark operation with ties to larger criminal enterprises. The accountant's stolen files had been recovered, providing evidence of money laundering on a scale that surprised even veteran investigators. The case against the organization was building, though the top figures remained elusive. Small comfort, but comfort nonetheless. At least Walsh's death had meaning now. At least Dunn's final act of despair had contributed to some measure of justice. On my days off, I found myself drawn back to the desert, not to the scene of the crimes, but to other untouched corners of the park. I'd sit among the ancient rocks watching the light change as the sun traversed the sky, listening to the wind whisper secrets in a language I couldn't quite grasp. Slowly, gradually, I began to make peace with what had happened. The desert hadn't betrayed me. It had simply revealed more of itself than I had been prepared to see. Its beauty and its harshness were 2 sides of the same coin, inseparable and eternal. One evening, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the landscape in hues of amber and gold, I returned to the picnic table where I'd sat with my banjo that night of terror and revelation. This time, I brought no instrument, no false hopes of finding easy comfort in music or starlight. I simply sat in silence, watching as shadows lengthened across the sand, feeling the day's heat radiating upward from the earth. A hawk circled lazily overhead, riding thermal currents, its eyes doubtless scanning for the movement of prey among the scattered vegetation. In the distance, a dust devil spun briefly into existence, whirling madly for a few seconds before dissipating as quickly as it had formed. The desert was full of such ephemeral moments, brief dramas that played out whether human eyes witnessed them or not. I thought about Walsh and Dunn, their lives now reduced to case numbers and court proceedings. The desert had absorbed the violence of their ends, as it had absorbed countless other human tragedies throughout its long existence. Yet it remained fundamentally unchanged, neither sanctified nor tainted by what had transpired. And perhaps that was the most terrifying truth of all. Not that evil lurked in these remote places, but that the universe accommodated both beauty and horror with the same cosmic indifference. The stars would continue to shine. The coyotes would continue to hunt. The wind would continue to sculpt the sand. and humans would continue to bring their best and worst impulses to this unforgiving landscape. As darkness fell and the first stars appeared overhead, I made my way back to my truck. The fear hadn't entirely left me, I doubted it ever would, but it had transformed into something more like respect, a clear-eyed acknowledgement of both the desert's wonders and its dangers. The key turned in the ignition, and headlights carved a narrow path through the gathering night. I drove slowly, mindful of the creatures that might cross my path, aware that beyond the reach of my lights, the desert continued infinitely in all directions, harboring secrets I might never fully comprehend. And for now, that incomplete understanding would have to be enough. The drive to Big Bear on June 26th was supposed to be our escape from the mundane rhythms of city life. James, my boyfriend of 3 years, had suggested the trip after weeks of both of us working overtime at our respective jobs. The cabin belonged to a colleague of his who rented it out during the summer months. "It'll be perfect," James had promised as we packed the car that morning. "Just what we need to reset." William and Rebecca joined us for the 3-hour journey from Los Angeles, their presence a welcome addition to our weekend plans. William and James had been friends since college, bonding over shared interests in outdoor activities and fitness. Rebecca, with her quick wit and adventure-seeking personality, complemented William perfectly. As we ascended the winding mountain roads, I rolled down the window, letting the increasingly crisp air fill the vehicle. The scent of pine grew stronger with each mile, gradually replacing the smog-laden atmosphere of the city. Cell reception began to falter as we climbed higher, our phones desperately searching for signals that became increasingly scarce. "That's the whole point," James said, noticing my frustrated glance at my phone. "We're disconnecting for the weekend." The cabin appeared after a final turn down an unmarked dirt road. It stood alone among tall pines, a 2-story wooden structure that seemed to emerge organically from its surroundings. The nearest neighbor, according to James's colleague, was over a mile away. "Isolated paradise," William remarked as we stepped out of the car. The air was noticeably cooler here, and the silence was profound, interrupted only by the occasional rustling of leaves and distant bird calls. The interior of the cabin exceeded my expectations. Rustic but comfortable, with large windows that invited the forest in while maintaining a barrier against the wilderness. 2 bedrooms occupied the upper floor, while a pull-out couch downstairs would accommodate David, who planned to join us the following day. As we unpacked and settled in, I couldn't shake a persistent feeling of being observed. Several times I glanced toward the windows, half expecting to see someone, or something, staring back at me. Each time I saw only my own reflection superimposed on the darkening forest beyond. "Everything okay?" James asked, noticing my unease. "Just adjusting," I replied, not wanting to admit the irrational anxiety building within me. I had always been the anxious one in our relationship, prone to catastrophizing while James remained the steadfast voice of reason. That evening, we prepared dinner together in the modest kitchen, opened a bottle of wine, and played board games by the fireplace. The cabin's remoteness felt charming then, romantic even, as we laughed and enjoyed each other's company. When night fully descended, however, the darkness outside was absolute. The cabin windows transformed into black mirrors, reflecting our activities back at us while concealing whatever might be lurking beyond. I awoke on the first full day to sunlight streaming through partially drawn curtains. The forest appeared benign in daylight, vibrant green and alive with natural sounds. My unease from the previous evening seemed foolish in the morning light. After breakfast, we explored the surroundings, following a narrow hiking trail that wound through the dense woodland. James and William led the way, discussing plans to grill for dinner, and perhaps try fishing at a nearby lake the following day. Rebecca walked alongside me, occasionally stopping to photograph particularly striking vistas or unusual plant specimens. "Have you ever been to Big Bear before?" she asked as we paused to rest on a fallen log. "No," I admitted. I'm more of a city person, to be honest. I can tell, she said with a gentle smile. You seem tense, like you're waiting for something to happen. I sighed, embarrassed by my transparency. I don't know what it is. Something about being so isolated makes me uneasy. Rebecca nodded. It's natural. We're not used to this kind of silence anymore. Our brains fill the void with anxieties. Her explanation made sense, and I tried to embrace it as we continued our hike. Yet the feeling persisted, an intuition that we were temporary visitors in a place that didn't welcome our presence. Upon returning to the cabin, we received a text from David indicating he would arrive around 7 p.m. The message came through despite poor reception, disappearing and reappearing as our phones struggled to maintain a connection. As dusk approached, we gathered on the cabin's small deck. James grilled burgers while William opened beers. The conversation flowed easily, but I found myself increasingly distracted by the darkening woods. Twice I thought I saw movement among the trees, a shifting shadow that didn't align with the breeze-rustled branches. Did you see that? I asked Rebecca, keeping my voice low. See what? Never mind, I said quickly, not wanting to fuel my own paranoia. David arrived as promised, his headlights cutting through the darkness as his car navigated the narrow access road. His arrival brought a fresh energy to our group, new stories, jokes, and perspectives that temporarily dispelled my growing discomfort. After showing David where he would sleep and integrating him into our small party, we gathered in the living room. Someone suggested ghost stories, an idea that would normally heighten my anxiety. Strangely, I found comfort in the structured fear of fictional tales, preferring them to the formless dread that had been building within me since our arrival. William, an accomplished storyteller, delivered a particularly effective tale about hunters who became lost in unfamiliar woods, pursued by an unseen predator that mimicked human voices. As he concluded his story, a distant howl echoed through the real forest surrounding us. Coyotes, James explained, noticing my startled expression. They're common up here. They sound closer than they actually are, David added reassuringly. We stayed up too late, compensating for our unease with additional drinks and increasingly ridiculous conversations. By the time we headed to bed, James and I in one upstairs bedroom, William and Rebecca in the other, David on the couch below, my fatigue had temporarily overcome my anxiety. I don't know exactly what time it was when I first stirred from sleep. The digital clock on the nightstand showed no numbers, a power fluctuation perhaps. James slept soundly beside me, his breathing deep and regular. Something had woken me, but I couldn't identify what. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound from downstairs. Probably David adjusting his sleeping arrangement, I reasoned. But the sound continued, rhythmic and persistent. Not inside the cabin, I realized with growing alarm, but outside. Something, or someone, was moving around the exterior of our temporary home. I nudged James, who groaned and rolled over without waking. The scratching stopped momentarily, then resumed with a slightly different quality, as if whatever was causing it had moved to another section of the cabin's exterior. Rising carefully from bed, I approached the window. Our bedroom overlooked the front of the property and the dirt road that had brought us here. Moonlight provided minimal illumination, enough to distinguish shapes but not details. I stared into the darkness, squinting to make sense of the shadows. The forest appeared still, yet I couldn't shake the sensation of an active presence. Behind me, James continued to sleep undisturbed. I envied his ability to remain oblivious to the subtle wrongness that seemed so evident to me. A sharp crack, like a branch breaking underfoot, came from directly below our window. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Another crack followed, then silence that stretched painfully. Just as I convinced myself it was merely a nocturnal animal, a beam of light swept across the tree line. A flashlight, unmistakably human in its deliberate movement. I retreated from the window and shook James more forcefully. "James," I whispered urgently, "there's someone outside." He blinked awake slowly, confusion evident in his expression. What time is it? I don't know. The power must have flickered. But I saw a flashlight outside. James sat up, instantly more alert. Are you sure it wasn't just David? Why would David be outside in the middle of the night? James considered this, then rose from bed and joined me at the window. We stood together, scanning the darkness. The light I had seen was gone, the forest once again still and seemingly empty. I don't see anything, James said after a minute. Maybe it was just the moonlight reflecting off something. I wanted to believe him, but the certainty of what I'd witnessed remained. No, it was a flashlight. Someone's out there. James sighed, running a hand through his sleep-tousled hair. Okay, I'll go check around. It's probably nothing, but I'll make sure. Don't go outside, I pleaded, gripping his arm. I won't. I'll just check the doors and windows, make sure everything's secure. I followed him downstairs, unwilling to remain alone. David was asleep on the couch, one arm hanging off the edge, his face peaceful. James moved quietly around the cabin's perimeter, checking locks and peering through windows. I stayed close behind, jumping at every creak of the old wood structure. Everything's locked up tight, James concluded after completing his inspection. No signs of anyone trying to get in. But the flashlight? Could have been a hiker who got lost. Or maybe someone from a nearby cabin. Or just your imagination playing tricks. We're all a little on edge out here. I knew he was trying to be reasonable, to talk me down from my mounting fear. Part of me resented his dismissal of my concerns, but another part desperately wanted him to be right. Let's go back to bed, James suggested gently. Everything's fine. I nodded, unconvinced but unwilling to argue further. As we returned upstairs, I cast one final glance at the darkened windows, half expecting to see a face staring back at me. The glass reflected only the interior of the cabin, but the sensation of being watched persisted, following me back to our bedroom like an unwelcome shadow. The next day passed with forced normalcy. I didn't mention the night's disturbance to the others, not wanting to spoil the carefree atmosphere they were enjoying. James had already dismissed my concerns, and I feared the others would react similarly, with polite skepticism that would only heighten my sense of isolation. We spent most of the day at a nearby lake, where William and David attempted fishing while Rebecca and I sunbathed on the rocky shore. James alternated between joining the fishing expedition and swimming in the clear, cold water. The ordinary pleasures of the day provided a temporary reprieve from my anxiety. As we returned to the cabin in late afternoon, however, I noticed something that reignited my unease. Near the edge of the clearing where the cabin stood, the undergrowth appeared trampled, as if someone had recently moved through it. When I pointed this out to James, he attributed it to deer or other wildlife. Animals follow the same paths repeatedly, he explained. It's probably just a game trail. I accepted his explanation outwardly, while inwardly noting that the disturbed vegetation formed a rough semicircle around the cabin, not the linear path an animal would typically create. The evening progressed pleasantly enough. We grilled the fish William and David had caught, supplemented with provisions we'd brought from the city. Conversation flowed easily, but I noticed David seemed distracted, frequently glancing toward the woods as darkness descended. Around 11, the others decided to play cards. I begged off, claiming fatigue, and retreated upstairs to read in bed. In truth, I wanted solitude to process my persistent sense of dread. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, James was shaking me awake. His expression was tense, his voice low. David saw something outside, he said without preamble. I sat up immediately, my heart rate accelerating. What did he see? He says he saw shadows moving in the woods and heard noises outside. The motion sensor light came on. A cold feeling spread through my chest. I told you I saw someone last night. James's expression tightened. Let's not jump to conclusions. It could be. A frantic knocking interrupted him. David's voice came through the door, pitched higher than normal. "Guys, you need to see this." We followed David to William and Rebecca's room, where a sliding glass door opened onto a small balcony overlooking the back of the property. William stood at the edge of the balcony, peering into the darkness, while Rebecca remained inside, her face pale. "There's definitely someone out there," William said as we joined him. "I caught a glimpse of movement near that big pine." James moved forward, scanning the tree line. I stayed back, fear paralyzing me momentarily. Then James did something that shocked everyone. He gasped and stumbled backward. "Oh my God," he exclaimed, his voice breaking. James, my unflappable rock of a boyfriend, a 180-pound CrossFit coach who approached life's challenges with unwavering confidence, looked genuinely terrified. In that moment, my fear crystallized into something solid and undeniable. "What is it?" William demanded. James swallowed visibly. "There's a man standing out there, just standing and staring at the cabin." "Where?" David pressed, moving cautiously toward the balcony's edge. "By that cluster of pines to the left," James whispered. "Don't make any sudden movements." We all looked in the direction he indicated. At first I saw nothing but darkness punctuated by vague tree shapes. Then, as my eyes adjusted, a darker silhouette emerged, unmistakably human in form, unnaturally still, positioned between two tall pines approximately 50 yards from the cabin. "Go lock the door," James instructed me quietly. I backed away slowly, then turned and rushed to secure the sliding glass door. My hands trembled so violently that I struggled with the lock mechanism. "Is he still there?" Rebecca whispered. William nodded grimly. "Hasn't moved an inch." "What do we do?" David asked, his earlier panic now replaced with a strange calmness. "We stay together," James decided. "In one room where we can keep watch and be ready if anything happens." No one questioned this plan. We gathered in William and Rebecca's room, the largest of the bedrooms, and positioned ourselves to monitor the balcony door while staying out of sight from outside. William had the presence of mind to bring his hunting knife, the only weapon available to us. For 30 agonizing minutes we maintained our vigil. The figure remained motionless, a sentinel whose purpose we could only guess at with increasing dread. The heat in the room became oppressive as 5 bodies generated warmth in the confined space. Sweat beaded on my forehead and trickled down my back, yet opening a window was unthinkable. The fear in the room was tangible, though it manifested differently in each of us. Rebecca sat rigid on the bed, her gaze fixed on the balcony door. William paced in small, constrained movements. David had positioned himself against the wall farthest from the windows, his breathing deliberately measured. James alternated between checking the balcony and comforting me with reassuring touches. I found myself growing increasingly frustrated with the situation, with our vulnerability, with the unknown intentions of our observer, and with my own paralyzing fear. "I can't see him anymore," James finally announced after another careful survey of the tree line. "Are you sure?" William asked, joining him at the edge of the curtain. "The spot where he was standing is empty now." A new fear gripped me. The watcher had moved, but to where? The possibilities seemed more terrifying than his stationary presence had been. "Maybe he left," Rebecca suggested, her voice betraying her disbelief in her own words. The tension had become unbearable. "I can't stay in this room anymore," I declared, standing abruptly. "It's too hot, and we're just sitting here waiting for something to happen." James looked concerned. "We should stay together." "Then come with me, but I need to get out of this room." After a brief discussion, James and I returned to our bedroom, with promises to shout if we noticed anything suspicious. The others remained together, taking comfort in their numbers. Back in our room, James tried to lighten the mood. "At least we know you weren't imagining things last night," he offered with a weak smile. "That's not particularly comforting," I replied, but I appreciated his attempt. Though still frightened, exhaustion began to overcome my anxiety. It was nearly 1:30 a.m., and the stress of the situation had drained me completely. James suggested we try to sleep with the lights on, and I agreed, though I doubted sleep would come easily. I must have dozed off despite my fears because the sound that woke me was startlingly loud in the quiet room, a distinct thud from somewhere outside or below us. I sat up immediately, my heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to James, who was already alert beside me. Before he could answer, the room plunged into darkness as the power failed. The sudden absence of light was absolute. No ambient glow from outside, no faint illumination from electronics. Just complete, enveloping blackness. A sob escaped me before I could suppress it. Blind in the darkness, I attempted to stand, tangling myself in the bedsheets and tumbling to the floor. James's hands found me, lifting me as I trembled uncontrollably. "It's okay," he whispered, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's probably just a power outage." "He cut the power," I insisted, certainty flooding me. "He's coming in." James didn't argue. Instead, he fumbled for his phone, activating its flashlight function. The narrow beam provided minimal comfort as it cast long, distorted shadows across the unfamiliar room. "We need to get to the others," James decided. We moved cautiously into the hallway, where we could hear agitated voices from William and Rebecca's room. David appeared from downstairs, his own phone providing a circle of light. "Power's out everywhere," he reported tensely. "I checked the breaker panel. It's not something inside the cabin." The five of us regrouped in the largest bedroom, our phone lights creating overlapping pools of illumination. The darkness outside seemed to press against the windows with physical weight, and every creak of the cabin's structure triggered a fresh surge of adrenaline. "I'll try calling the property manager," William suggested, but his attempt was futile. "No service," he reported grimly. We all checked our phones, confirming the absence of signal. Only David's device, using a different carrier, showed a single bar of reception, intermittent but present. "Try emergency services," Rebecca urged. David dialed 911, his hand visibly shaking. The call connected, then dropped. He tried again, this time reaching a dispatcher long enough to report our situation and location before losing the connection. "They're sending someone," he informed us, "but it could be a while. We're pretty remote." "Did you tell them about the man watching the house?" I asked urgently. David nodded. "They're treating it as a suspicious activity call." The waiting that followed was excruciating. Every sound, real or imagined, triggered a collective tension. We took turns watching at the windows, though the darkness outside revealed nothing. The cabin had transformed from a retreat into a trap, its windows now potential entry points for the unseen threat lurking in the forest. "We need a plan if someone tries to get in," William said quietly. No one responded immediately. The stark reality of our situation, 5 unarmed individuals in an isolated location with unreliable communication, rendered strategic planning nearly impossible. "We barricade the doors," James finally suggested. "Use the furniture, and if anyone does get in, we go out the balcony door and into the woods." "Into the woods?" I repeated incredulously. "Where he is." "Better than being cornered inside," James reasoned. "At least we'd have a chance to run." The logic was sound, but cold comfort. The forest that had seemed merely ominous before now loomed as a vast, dark labyrinth potentially harboring multiple threats. Time crawled forward with excruciating slowness. Our phone batteries gradually depleted as we used them for light, forcing us to conserve power by keeping only 1 or 2 active at any time. The reduced illumination heightened our sense of vulnerability. David attempted to contact emergency services again, but couldn't re-establish a connection. Whether the authorities were en route remained uncertain, and doubt grew with each passing minute. "It's been over an hour," Rebecca noted, checking her watch. "Shouldn't someone have arrived by now?" No one had a reassuring answer. The remoteness of our location, combined with the late hour and possible skepticism about the nature of our emergency, might have placed us low on the response priority list. A new sound startled us, a distinct scratching at the downstairs door. Not the random noises of a structure settling, but deliberate, persistent scraping. "He's trying to get in," I whispered, my throat constricting with terror. James and William exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "We need to check," James said, his voice steadier than I expected. "I'll go with you," William volunteered, gripping his hunting knife. "No," Rebecca interjected. "Don't separate. If you're going down, we all go." Her logic was irrefutable. Together, we cautiously descended the stairs, David's phone providing our only light. The scratching had stopped, but an atmosphere of wrongness permeated the lower level of the cabin. James approached the front door slowly, William close behind him. The rest of us hung back, poised for flight if necessary. James peered through the peephole, then stepped back. "I can't see anything," he reported. "It's too dark." "Try the window," David suggested. James moved to the nearest window and carefully pulled back the edge of the curtain. He stared out for several seconds before letting the fabric fall back into place. "Nothing visible," he said. "But the scratching definitely came from the door." "Could it have been an animal?" Rebecca asked hopefully. "Possibly," James conceded, though his tone suggested otherwise. We conducted a careful inspection of the ground floor, checking that all entry points remained secure. Nothing had been breached, yet the sense of imminent threat hadn't diminished. As we completed our circuit of the lower level, a new sound emerged from outside, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to circle the cabin's perimeter. Not footsteps exactly, but a deliberate percussion that suggested methodical movement. "What is that?" David whispered, his composure finally cracking. None of us answered. The sound continued its circuit, pausing occasionally before resuming. It completed what seemed to be a full circle around the cabin, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise, anticipatory and loaded with potential. We stood frozen in the darkened living room, straining to hear any indication of what might come next. Without warning, a tremendous crash came from upstairs, glass shattering with violent force. Rebecca screamed, and we instinctively huddled together. "The balcony door," William realized aloud. Footsteps sounded above us, heavy and unhurried. Someone was in the cabin. "Out the front door," James commanded, his voice a harsh whisper. "Now!" William rushed to unlock the front door, fumbling with unfamiliar mechanisms in the near darkness. The footsteps above began descending the stairs. Just as William succeeded in releasing the lock, the power returned. Lights blazed throughout the cabin, momentarily blinding us with their sudden intensity. The footsteps on the stairs stopped. When my vision cleared, I looked toward the staircase, certain we would finally confront our tormentor. But the stairs were empty. The house had fallen completely silent. "What the hell?" David breathed. James moved cautiously toward the staircase, gesturing for the rest of us to stay back. He ascended slowly, William following after a moment's hesitation. We waited in agonizing suspense for what seemed an eternity before they returned, expressions bewildered. "There's no one up there," James reported. "The balcony door is intact. Nothing's disturbed." "But we all heard it," I insisted. "The glass breaking, the footsteps." "I know," James acknowledged. "I heard it too. But there's no evidence of anyone being up there." This impossibility shook me more profoundly than any confirmed intrusion might have. Had we collectively hallucinated? Was extreme fear distorting our perceptions? Or was something happening that defied rational explanation? The return of electricity should have been reassuring, but instead introduced a new layer of unease. Why had the power failed? And why had it returned now? The timing seemed calculated rather than coincidental. "Let's check outside," William suggested, "now that we have light." "No," I protested. "That's exactly what he wants, to draw us out." "Who?" Rebecca demanded, her voice shrill with strain. "Who is doing this? And why?" None of us had answers, only theories grown increasingly paranoid with each passing hour. Was it locals harassing tourists? A disturbed individual fixated on the cabin or its occupants? Someone with a specific grievance against one of us? Whatever the explanation, the pattern was clear. Our tormentor was escalating, moving from observation to active psychological warfare. Dawn arrived without further incident, though none of us had slept. We had maintained a rotating watch through the remaining hours of darkness, jumping at every natural sound of the forest awakening around us. With daylight came a tentative relief. The forest appeared benign once more, showing no signs of the previous night's terror. Birds called, squirrels darted between trees, and gentle sunlight filtered through the canopy. The contrast with our nightmarish experience was jarring. "Maybe we should leave," Rebecca suggested as we gathered in the kitchen, consuming coffee as if it were life-sustaining medicine. "Just pack up and go back to the city." The idea held immediate appeal. Yet practical considerations intruded. We had paid for 3 nights, and the prospect of explaining our early departure to the property owner seemed daunting. How could we articulate what had happened without sounding hysterical? "Let's at least wait for the authorities to show up," James reasoned. "They should be here soon if they're coming at all." "And if they don't come?" I pressed. "Then we leave by noon," he decided. "Regardless." As if summoned by our discussion, the sound of a vehicle approaching came from outside. We moved collectively to the windows, watching as a Forest Service truck pulled into the clearing. 2 uniformed officers emerged, looking far too casual given the urgency of our situation. James went to meet them while the rest of us observed from inside. Through the window I could see James gesturing animatedly, describing our ordeal. The officers listened with professional detachment, occasionally taking notes. After several minutes, one officer circled the cabin while the other continued speaking with James. When they eventually entered the cabin to take statements from all of us, their demeanor remained frustratingly noncommittal. They recorded our accounts, examined the property, and promised to increase patrols in the area. "That's it?" David asked incredulously after they departed. "We were terrorized all night, and all they're going to do is drive by occasionally." "They think we imagined it," William said flatly. "Or exaggerated. You could see it in their faces." He was right. The officers had been polite but skeptical, their questions revealing their underlying assessment. 5 city dwellers spooked by unfamiliar wilderness sounds, possibly influenced by alcohol and horror stories. "We're leaving," I declared, no longer willing to entertain any alternative. "I don't care about the money. I'm not spending another night here." No one argued. We packed with efficiency born of fear, eager to put distance between ourselves and the cabin. As I gathered my belongings, I noticed something that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. A small, nearly imperceptible scratch on the inside of our bedroom window. A deliberate mark that hadn't been there when we arrived. I called James over, pointing wordlessly at the scratch. He examined it closely, his expression darkening. "Let's go," he said simply. "Now." As we loaded our vehicles, I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. The forest seemed to hold its collective breath, watching our retreat with patient amusement. Before departing, we stopped at a local general store for supplies for the journey home. While the others shopped, I found myself in conversation with the elderly proprietor, a longtime resident of the area. "Leaving early?" he inquired, noting our packed cars outside. "Yes," I replied, hesitating before adding. "We had some strange experiences at our cabin last night." "Which property?" he asked, his tone shifting subtly. I described the location, watching as recognition dawned in his weathered face. "The old riverside cabin," he nodded. "Used to belong to the Whitman family before they sold it." "We lost power last night," I ventured. The owner's colleague told us that was unusual. The man's expression grew guarded. "Power's not always reliable up here in certain locations." But he specifically said outages only happen during snowstorms. The proprietor busied himself with reorganizing items behind the counter. People say all sorts of things to make rentals more appealing. We also saw someone, I pressed, needing validation of our experience. A man watching the cabin from the woods. At this, the proprietor paused, his eyes meeting mine directly for the first time. Folks often think they see things in these woods, especially at night. Plays tricks on the mind. His dismissal mirrored the officer's, yet something in his manner suggested greater knowledge than he was willing to share. Has anyone else reported similar experiences? I asked directly. A long pause followed before he answered. Can't say I've heard anything specific to that property. But these mountains have their share of troubled souls. People come up here to escape things, sometimes themselves. The exchange left me feeling simultaneously vindicated and more disturbed. As we drove away from Big Bear, I watched the forest recede in the side mirror, unable to shake the conviction that our experience had been neither unique nor random, but part of a pattern the locals had tacitly agreed to ignore. 3 months have passed since our abbreviated stay at the Big Bear cabin. On the surface, life has returned to normal. Work routines resumed, social obligations fulfilled, the rhythm of city existence providing a comforting predictability that the wilderness had disrupted. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, permanent changes have taken root. I sleep with a light on now, something James has accommodated without complaint. Unexpected sounds at night trigger an immediate adrenaline response that leaves me trembling. The dark holds new terrors, populated by memories of absolute blackness and unknown watchers. James and I researched the cabin and its surroundings after our return, seeking rational explanations for our experience. We found little concrete information, but disturbing patterns emerged in online reviews and local newspaper archives. Vague references to disturbances, unusually high turnover in ownership, and a disproportionate number of rental cancellations. One review, hastily removed but captured in our screenshot, mentioned feeling watched the entire stay and unexplained power issues despite perfect weather. William and Rebecca broke up 2 weeks after our return. The strain of the experience had exposed fault lines in their relationship that couldn't be repaired. David withdrew from our social circle entirely, declining invitations and responding to messages with increasing brevity before ceasing communication altogether. Last week, James received an email from the cabin owner, a generic message sent to all recent guests, explaining that the property was being removed from the rental market due to maintenance issues. The phrasing seemed deliberately vague, corporate language concealing unspecified problems. Sometimes, in the moments before sleep claims me, I find myself back in that darkened cabin, listening to footsteps that leave no traces, watching for a figure whose purpose remains unknown. I wonder what would have happened had we stayed the full 3 nights, what escalation might have followed our second evening of terror. Most disturbing is the persistent question that haunts my quieter moments. Was our tormentor human at all? The officers found no footprints despite the easily impressionable forest floor. The scratching sounds defied natural explanation. The power failure affected only our cabin, yet the utility company confirmed no localized outage had been recorded. I've spoken with a therapist about these experiences, framing them as potential manifestations of anxiety rather than supernatural encounters. The clinical explanation: shared fear generating mass suggestion, isolation amplifying normal environmental sounds, confirmation bias reinforcing our interpretations, offers intellectual comfort, but emotional hollow. The truth, I suspect, lies somewhere in the ambiguous territory between objective reality and subjective perception. Something happened in those woods, something real enough to fracture relationships and alter sleep patterns months later. Yesterday, sorting through photos from the trip that I'd avoided reviewing until now, I noticed something in the background of a group picture taken outside the cabin our first evening. A blurred shape at the forest's edge that could be dismissed as a trick of light or camera malfunction. Yet the longer I stared, the more distinct it appeared. A human silhouette partially obscured by foliage, watching our casual happiness with patient intensity. I deleted the photo immediately, but can't delete the certainty that grew as I examined it. We were never alone at that cabin. From the moment of our arrival, something observed us, testing boundaries, gauging reactions, perhaps even feeding on our escalating fear. Sometimes I wake convinced that I'm being watched in our secure city apartment, 16 floors above the street. In those moments, I resist the urge to check the windows or peer into closets. Instead, I close my eyes and remind myself that whatever waited in those woods remains there, separated from me by miles of civilization and rational light. But in my darkest thoughts, a different possibility emerges, that having found us once, it knows our scent now. That distance offers no protection. That one night, I'll open my eyes to find a familiar silhouette standing at the foot of our bed, patient and still, having completed its journey from forest to city, from nightmare to waking life. I don't think I'll ever go back to Big Bear. But increasingly, I wonder if part of Big Bear has followed me home. The isolation hits you first. Miles from anything resembling civilization, surrounded by ancient pines that sway and whisper secrets in the wind. That's what I remember most about my first days at Blackwater Ridge Station. When the Forest Service transferred me to this remote outpost in the Pacific Northwest, my supervisor handed me a worn topographical map with certain areas marked in red. Missing hikers tend to disappear in these sectors, he said matter-of-factly. Radio signals get scrambled there too, geological anomalies probably. I nodded, trying to look unfazed. 6 years as a park ranger had prepared me for most wilderness emergencies, but something about this assignment felt different. The cabin assigned to me had stood for nearly a century, a sturdy testament to forestry's early days. Inside, previous rangers had left their mark, notches on door frames tracking wildlife sightings, Polaroids thumbtacked to corkboards, and a small library of paperbacks. One book caught my eye immediately. An old horror novel called The Watchers of the Dark, with a crude illustration of something tall and shaggy standing between trees on its cover. Previous ranger was obsessed with local legends, my supervisor explained when he caught me examining it. Said he heard things at night. We found him wandering 10 miles off trail, babbling about being watched, psychiatric discharge. I shelved the book, trying to dismiss it as the product of isolation-induced paranoia. Yet that night, as wind rattled the cabin's windows and shadows danced across rough-hewn walls, I found myself returning to it. Inside the front cover, someone had scrawled in jagged handwriting, "They're real. They've always been here. They watch us, not the other way around." That night, I heard the first scream, a sound too structured to be wind, too guttural to be human, yet carrying unmistakable intelligence in its modulation. It echoed across the valley, bouncing between mountain peaks before fading into the darkness. Radio chatter with other stations revealed nothing unusual. "Probably a mountain lion," came the crackled response. "They sound almost human sometimes." But in 15 years of wilderness work, I'd heard mountain lions. This wasn't that. The following morning, I found massive tracks in the mud near the cabin, 18 inches long with 5 distinct toe impressions. Too large for bear, wrong shape for moose. I photographed them before they dissolved in light rain. During my first week, 3 separate hikers reported feeling watched from the tree line. "Something big," one woman insisted, her hands shaking around a mug of the coffee I'd offered. "Standing upright, following us for miles." I filed the reports dutifully but found myself omitting certain details. The unnatural silence that preceded each sighting, the strange twisted patterns discovered in branches afterward, the strong musky odor lingering in areas where nothing appeared to have bedded down. "Heard you got the haunted sector," another ranger joked during my supply run to headquarters. "Sasquatch keeping you company up there?" I laughed it off, but that night, returning to my isolated cabin as darkness fell, I found myself scanning the tree line, suddenly aware of how the forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, just the weight of unseen eyes tracking my movements through the gathering gloom. From somewhere deep in the woods came 3 sharp cracks, like massive tree trunks being struck together with deliberate purpose. A signal, a warning. And despite my training and experience, despite my scientific mind and rational explanations, I found myself walking faster, keys clutched tightly in my fist, unable to shake the feeling that something ancient and territorial had taken notice of the new watcher in its domain. They say the line between skepticism and denial is thinner than we'd like to admit. After 3 weeks at Blackwater Ridge, I was straddling that line daily. The incidents began subtly. Items in my cabin would be slightly rearranged when I returned from patrols. Nothing missing, just shifted. The jerky I'd hung to dry would disappear despite being secured well above bare reach. Strange piles of stones appeared along my regular hiking routes, too deliberate to be natural formations. I rationalized each occurrence. Wind through an open window, forgotten consumption of trail snacks, geological peculiarities. But deep down, a primal part of my brain was connecting dots my rational mind refused to acknowledge. The night everything changed, I was returning from helping a family whose teenage son had twisted his ankle 5 miles from the nearest access road. Standard procedure: stabilize, transport, paperwork. I was exhausted, operating on autopilot as my headlights cut through the mist-shrouded forest road. That's when my truck's electrical system failed completely. One moment I was driving, the next sitting in total darkness on a remote service road with no cell reception. I tried the radio, but only static answered me. A memory surfaced from a Reddit thread I'd once read about mysterious encounters. Electronics failing is the first sign they're close. I dismissed the thought and grabbed my emergency kit. The forest was unnaturally quiet as I popped the hood, flashlight clenched between my teeth. No sign of obvious damage, but the hair on my arm stood on end. That's when I caught it. A scent so pungent and primal it triggered an instinctive fear response, like wet fur mixed with something musky and ancient. Behind me, a branch snapped with the deliberate sound of something large that didn't care about stealth anymore. I turned slowly, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. At the road's edge, just beyond where the light fully reached, stood a massive silhouette. Taller than any man, broader in the shoulders, covered in what appeared to be dark fur. For one breathtaking moment, we regarded each other, human and something decidedly not. The being raised its arm in what might have been a gesture of acknowledgement. My flashlight flickered once, then died. When I frantically slapped it back to life seconds later, the figure was gone. But evidence remained. Pressed into the soft earth at the road's edge were footprints that matched those I'd found near my cabin. Only these were fresher, clearer, undeniably real. I photographed them with shaking hands before my truck's electrical system mysteriously reactivated, headlights blazing to life unprompted. Back at the cabin, I pored over the pictures, comparing them to known wildlife prints. Nothing matched. I found myself returning to the old horror novel, now understanding the previous ranger's obsession. The book contained crude illustrations of footprints identical to those I'd photographed. That night, I awakened to rhythmic thumping against the cabin's exterior walls. Not threatening, but deliberate. Like something communicating. 3 thumps, pause. 3 thumps, pause. When dawn broke, I found freshly killed rabbits placed on my porch steps. Not mutilated or partially consumed, cleanly killed and carefully arranged. An offering? A warning? Traditional knowledge across cultures suggested both possibilities. I recalled a creepypasta story where a Forest Service worker described finding similar gifts before encountering something in the woods that spoke to him in broken, mimicked human speech. I'd dismissed it as fiction then. I no longer had that luxury. The Forest Service radio crackled to life that morning with reports of lost hikers in Sector 7, precisely where I'd seen the figure the night before. As I gathered my search gear, I knew with cold certainty that I wasn't just looking for missing hikers anymore. I was walking into the territory of something that had already taken notice of me. Something that wanted me to know it was there. The search party assembled at dawn. Myself, 2 volunteer wilderness guides, and a county sheriff's deputy who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. The missing hikers were a pair of college students who'd ventured off-trail to photograph some rock formations. They hadn't checked in at their designated time, and their emergency beacon had activated briefly before going silent. Last signal puts them somewhere in this 5-mile radius, I explained, pointing to the map. I deliberately avoided mentioning it was the same area where I'd encountered the figure the previous night. Some things you keep to yourself if you want to maintain credibility. The area in question was locally known as Devil's Pocket, a densely forested valley between 3 peaks where fog lingered unnaturally and compasses behaved erratically. Old-timers avoided it. Hikers reported disorienting experiences there. The Forest Service officially attributed these phenomena to unusual magnetic properties in the underlying rock formations. We split into teams, maintaining radio contact as we searched. The deputy and 1 guide took the eastern approach while I paired with Marco, a seasoned local guide who'd grown up in these mountains. "You believe the stories about this place?" Marco asked once we were alone on the trail. "What stories?" I replied carefully. "About the Watchers," he said matter-of-factly. "The old people say they've always been here. Territorial, but not malicious unless provoked. Some think they're guardians of some kind." Before I could respond, we came upon a clearing that stopped us both mid-stride. The underbrush had been systematically bent and woven into an enormous circular pattern, like a massive nest or meeting place. At its center sat the students' backpacks, carefully placed but untouched. "I've never seen anything like this," Marco whispered, his previous confidence evaporating. I keyed my radio to alert the others, but static was the only response. Electronic interference, just like my truck the night before. That's when we heard it. A rhythm of knocks echoing through the trees, similar to the pattern on my cabin, but more complex. Answering knocks came from the opposite direction. Then another pattern from somewhere else. We were surrounded by unseen communicators. "They're talking about us," Marco said, his voice barely audible. "My grandfather said they do this." A human scream cut through the knocking, distant but clear. We ran toward it, pushing through dense underbrush that seemed to grab at our clothing. The forest grew darker despite the morning sun, fog materializing around us as if summoned. We found one of the students huddled against a rock face, eyes wide with terror. Her clothes were torn, not from attack but from running blindly through thorny brush. Her friend was still missing. "It was watching us," she stammered as I checked her for injuries. "For hours. Following just out of sight. Then last night it took Jason's camera when he tried to photograph it. We ran in different directions." "What did it look like?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Tall, covered in dark hair. But the face, almost human but not. It knew what a camera was. It understood." Marco and I exchanged glances. This was beyond any standard search and rescue situation. The knocking resumed, closer now. Deliberate. Directional. "It's telling us where to go," Marco said quietly. "My grandfather said if you respect them, sometimes they'll help you." Every rational part of my training rejected following mysterious signals from an unidentified forest entity. But standard procedures weren't yielding results, and a young man's life hung in the balance. "We follow," I decided, but carefully. The knocking led us along a game trail invisible to casual observation. After nearly a mile, we found the second student, unconscious but alive, carefully placed on a bed of moss beneath a rock overhang that sheltered him from the elements. His camera was missing, but around his wrist was a crude bracelet of woven plant fibers that hadn't been there when he entered the forest. As we administered first aid, I caught movement at the tree line. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Something massive shifted behind a distant pine, observing our care for the injured hiker. I raised my hand slowly in the same gesture the creature had used toward me the previous night. The forest fell silent. Then 3 deliberate knocks answered from the shadows. We evacuated both hikers successfully, fabricating a story about them becoming disoriented in fog to explain their experiences. The official report mentioned nothing about 18-inch footprints found near the rescue site, nor the strange woven structures discovered throughout the search area. That night, alone in my cabin, I placed a small offering of fruit and jerky on my porch steps. By morning, it was gone, replaced with a twisted arrangement of branches that bore remarkable similarity to the symbol on the cover of The Watchers of the Dark, the book I was now reading with new understanding. After the rescue, I couldn't ignore what was happening anymore. I took a week of accumulated leave and drove to the nearest university library, where I immersed myself in research. Newspaper archives, anthropological journals, indigenous oral histories, anything that might shed light on what I was experiencing at Blackwater Ridge. What I found was both reassuring and terrifying. Reports of encounters similar to mine stretched back centuries, documented across cultures with remarkable consistency. The Patterson-Gimlin film was just the tip of an evidential iceberg. Beneath it lay thousands of eyewitness accounts, many from people like me with scientific training and wilderness experience. Most compelling were the journals of Timothy McAllister, a forest ranger stationed at Blackwater in 1932. His detailed observations described a complex society of bipedal, non-human primates living in the deeper wilderness areas. He documented gift exchanges, territorial displays, and even rudimentary communication through knocks and whistles. The university's anthropology department yielded another treasure: recordings of an elder from the region's indigenous tribe describing the Tall Ones as ancient guardians of sacred places within the forest. They remember when our ancestors first came, the elder explained. They watch, they judge, they remain hidden because they choose to, not because they must. In one account from a 1970s Forest Service report marked internal use only, a ranger described finding elaborate structures deep in the woods, stick formations that seemed to mark territories and communication points. I'd seen identical structures during the search for the missing hikers. Most rangers reporting these encounters were either ignored, ridiculed, or quietly transferred. Many, like my predecessor, eventually suffered psychological breakdowns, not from their experiences, but from the institutional refusal to acknowledge what they'd witnessed. I found a Reddit forum where park rangers, hunters, and Forest Service workers anonymously shared their experiences. One account chilled me particularly. After 3 years of interactions, they began to recognize me. I could feel the difference. They'd leave small objects near my cabin, unusual stones, twisted branches, and impossible configurations. One morning I found a perfect imprint of a massive hand pressed into clay beside my water pump. 5 fingers. Opposable thumb. But halfway between human and something else. That night they vocalized for the first time outside my window. Not animal sounds, attempts at speech. They're learning from us while we refuse to learn about them. Armed with this research, I returned to Blackwater with a new perspective. I wasn't dealing with a paranormal phenomenon or a cryptid from horror stories. These were intelligent, flesh and blood beings that had evolved alongside humans, but chosen isolation over integration. That night, I sat on my cabin porch and tried something unprecedented. I knocked on the wooden railing 3 times, paused 3 times, mimicking the pattern I'd heard in the forest. The silence that followed was expectant rather than empty. From the darkness beyond my porch light came an answering pattern. 3 knocks, then 2, then 4. A correction? An expansion of the vocabulary? I repeated their pattern. 3, 2, 4. Something moved at the forest edge, a massive shadow detaching from the greater darkness. Steam clouded the cool night air as it breathed. I could make out the silhouette clearly now, over 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered, covered in dark fur, standing fully upright with unmistakable intelligence in its posture. We regarded each other across 30 yards of clearing, neither advancing nor retreating. For the first time, I didn't feel fear, only a profound sense of privilege. I was experiencing what naturalists throughout history had sought: contact with an intelligent species that shared our world but existed beyond our understanding. The being raised its hand in that now familiar gesture. I returned it. Then it melted back into the forest as silently as it had appeared. Inside my cabin, I found the horror novel open to a page I hadn't reached yet. A passage was underlined in graphite. They have watched us build cities and wage wars. They have observed our evolution from curiosity to fear. Perhaps they are waiting for us to become something better before revealing themselves fully. Perhaps the watchers are also waiting to be seen. Below, in the same jagged handwriting as the front cover note, someone had written, "Communication has already begun. Are we wise enough to listen?" 3 months into my assignment at Blackwater, the delicate balance I'd established with the forest's hidden inhabitants was shattered by human ignorance. A group of self-proclaimed Bigfoot hunters arrived in my sector, armed with thermal cameras, recording equipment, and an alarming array of weapons. Their leader, a former military man named Garrett, spoke of finally getting proof in terms that made my skin crawl. "We've tracked one to this region," he informed me at the ranger station while filing their backcountry permit. "This time we're bringing back more than just footprint casts." The implied violence in his statement alarmed me, but I had no legal grounds to deny their permit. Instead, I assigned them to a sector far from where I documented most activity. Garrett's expression told me he wasn't fooled. "We've done our research, Ranger," he said quietly. "We know about Devil's Pocket. We know about the increase in reported sightings under your watch." That night, I found my storage shed broken into, the filing cabinet containing my unofficial documentation pried open, my journals and photographs missing. The Bigfoot hunters had already departed for the backcountry, ignoring their assigned camping area. I radioed headquarters requesting backup, citing armed trespassers heading toward environmentally sensitive areas. The response was frustratingly bureaucratic. "Monitor but don't engage alone. Backup will arrive tomorrow morning." By then I feared it would be too late. I set out at dusk, following well-worn game trails that I now recognized as something else entirely: pathways used by the forest's hidden inhabitants for generations. The familiar knocking communications that usually echoed through the trees at twilight were ominously absent. The forest felt like a held breath, tense with anticipation. Near midnight, I spotted the hunters' camp in a clearing they'd hacked from pristine undergrowth. Their equipment was sophisticated: motion sensors, thermal cameras, even what appeared to be large traps baited with food. Garrett and 2 companions huddled around a tablet displaying thermal feed from cameras positioned throughout the surrounding forest. "Got movement in Sector 3, one man reported excitedly. "Large heat signature, bipedal." Garrett grabbed a rifle fitted with night vision optics. "Let's go welcome our guest." They moved with practiced efficiency, leaving 1 man at camp. I should have announced myself then, identified as Forest Service, cited them for illegal hunting, confiscated their weapons. Standard procedure. But something held me back. An instinct. A certainty that confrontation would only escalate the situation. Instead, I shadowed them as they pursued their thermal reading. They moved deeper into the territory I'd come to recognize as actively inhabited, past twisted stick structures that marked boundaries, through areas where I'd exchanged gifts with the forest's silent residents. The hunters stopped abruptly when their thermal reading disappeared. "It knows we're here," Garrett whispered. "They're smarter than people think." "Smart enough to stay hidden for centuries," another added nervously. From the darkness came the familiar pattern of knocks, but with an urgency I'd never heard before. Warning signals spreading through the forest. One hunter raised his rifle at the sound. "Did you hear that? That's them communicating." Garrett's face in the moonlight showed predatory excitement. "Set up the perimeter charges. Let's drive it toward the ravine trap." I'd seen enough. I stepped from cover, flashlight illuminating my uniform. Forest Service, lower your weapons immediately. What happened next occurred with disorienting speed. Garrett swung his rifle toward me, startled. His companion shouted a warning. From the forest came a sound I'd never heard before, a roar that contained both rage and fear emanating from multiple directions simultaneously. The dark tree line erupted with movement, massive shadows converging, branches cracking under powerful strides. Not one creature, but many, moving with coordinated purpose. Garrett fired into the darkness, the muzzle flash temporarily blinding us all. A pained howl answered, neither fully animal nor human. The forest exploded into chaos. I tackled the hunter nearest me as more shots rang out. "Stop shooting!" I screamed. "They're not attacking!" But the hunter's fear had overwhelmed reason. They fired blindly into shadows as dark figures circled just beyond clear sight. I caught glimpses of powerful forms moving with shocking speed and coordination, herding us, not hunting us. A massive shape lunged from darkness, disarming Garrett with a single powerful swipe that sent his rifle spinning into undergrowth. The creature towered over him, 8 feet of muscled power, face more expressive and intelligent than any photograph or film had ever captured. For one frozen moment, human and non-human locked eyes. Then the creature did something unexpected. It spoke. Not words, but a vocalization so deliberately patterned it could only be language. More shapes materialized from the forest, surrounding us completely. Some carried crude but effective tools. Others displayed wounds from previous human encounters. All watched with unsettling intelligence. "Don't move," I told the terrified hunters. They could have killed us already if they wanted to. The apparent leader, the one who had disarmed Garrett, approached me directly. In the moonlight, I could see streaks of gray in its dark fur, suggesting advanced age. It extended an open hand, palm up. Understanding flowed through me with instinctive clarity. I slowly removed my ranger badge and placed it in the creature's massive palm. It examined the badge, then deliberately returned it to me with a series of soft vocalizations. A younger individual approached, carrying something that it placed at my feet. My stolen journals and photographs, retrieved from the hunter's camp. One by one, the creatures melted back into the forest until only the elder remained. It gestured toward the trail leading out of their territory, a clear command to leave. "We're going," I assured it, gathering the shaken hunters. "No one will be harmed." The creature watched our departure, its eyes reflecting a depth of awareness that fundamentally changed my understanding of what we shared our wilderness with. By dawn, I had escorted the hunters back to the ranger station. Their experience had transformed their bravado into humbled silence. When backup finally arrived, the hunters declined to file any report, claiming they'd merely gotten lost and fired at what they thought was a bear. But Garrett pulled me aside before departing. "It spoke," he whispered. "It recognized your authority. What the hell are they?" I had no simple answer for him. Only the growing certainty that the line between folklore and natural history was far thinner than modern science acknowledged. 1 year has passed since the incident with the hunters. I remained at Blackwater Ridge Station despite opportunities to transfer, compelled by an unfinished dialogue with the forest's hidden inhabitants. The official reports from that night mention nothing extraordinary, just trespassing hunters creating a disturbance. My unofficial documentation, however, has grown into something that would revolutionize anthropology and biology if ever made public. I've documented consistent patterns of communication through knocks, whistles, and arranged objects. I've photographed structures of increasing complexity, some seemingly ceremonial, others purely functional. Most remarkably, I've recorded vocalizations that linguistic analysis suggests contain grammatical structure and consistent meaning. After the confrontation, something fundamental changed in my relationship with them. The boundaries between observer and observed dissolved into something approaching mutual study. They began leaving more elaborate gifts, carefully arranged botanical specimens, stones with unusual properties, once even a damaged trail camera that had been lost by researchers months earlier. In return, I leave objects that demonstrate human tool use and symbolic thinking, simple mechanical devices, pictures, books. These items always disappear overnight, only to reappear days later, bearing evidence of careful examination. Last week, I found something extraordinary on my porch steps. A crude but recognizable drawing etched onto birch bark. It depicted a human figure and a larger, non-human figure standing side by side beneath stylized trees. Between them was a simple representation of my ranger badge. The message seemed clear. Recognition of shared territory and authority. A treaty of sorts. Word is spread quietly among the ranger community. Those who've experienced similar encounters now reach out through unofficial channels. We exchange observations, compare experiences, and gradually assemble a more complete picture of a species that has existed alongside humanity for millennia while remaining just beyond our full comprehension. The old horror novel sits on my shelf now, its lurid cover at odds with the complex reality I've come to know. The creatures it portrays as monsters are something far more profound, intelligent beings with their own society, language, and relationship with the wilderness we thought we were protecting. I've come to understand that places like Blackwater Ridge exist in a liminal space, not just geographically but conceptually. Here, the line between documented reality and folklore blurs until the distinction becomes meaningless. The scientific mind recognizes that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. These beings have perfected the art of existing in that absence. Last night, standing on my porch as twilight painted the ancient forest in deepening shadows, I heard the now familiar pattern of knocks, our established greeting. I responded with the corresponding pattern, feeling the simple joy of communication across species boundaries. From the darkness came a new vocalization, closer to human speech than ever before. A rough approximation of ranger. They've been listening all along, learning, adapting, just as I have. I find myself wondering who's really studying whom in these woods. Perhaps we're both participants in a gradual convergence of understanding that began centuries ago and continues with each knocked greeting, each exchanged object, each moment of mutual recognition. The wilderness has always held secrets. At Blackwater Ridge, I've been granted the rare privilege of glimpsing just one of them, not by conquering or exposing, but by the simple, profound act of acknowledging another intelligence on its own terms. Tonight, as I document these observations by lamplight, the forest beyond my window lives and breathes with presences I once would have dismissed as mythology. The line between scientific observation and something approaching friendship has blurred as completely as the boundary between folklore and biology. I've learned that the most important field notes aren't always written in journals. Sometimes they're etched into our understanding of what it means to share this planet with intelligences both recognized and hidden. The knocking has begun again outside. 3 patterns, then silence. An invitation. I close my journal, don my jacket, and step into the darkness to continue a conversation that challenges everything we thought we knew about wilderness, intelligence, and the creatures with whom we've always shared these ancient forests. In the end, that's what ranger work has always truly been about. Not just preserving wilderness, but understanding our place within it. Here at Blackwater Ridge, that understanding now extends to neighbors we've glimpsed only in folklore and fleeting shadows. Until tonight. The decision to hike alone in the Navajo Highlands wasn't one I made lightly. At 32, I'd completed enough solo expeditions to know both my capabilities and limitations. But something about this particular trip felt different from the moment I parked my weathered Subaru at the trailhead 60 miles from the nearest town. It was mid-October 2023. The aspens had turned golden, and the morning air carried that crisp scent that only comes with autumn in high-elevation forests. According to my research, this isolated section of wilderness was rarely trafficked due to its remoteness and challenging terrain. Perfect for someone seeking solitude after a brutal year working in corporate finance. 3 days out, 2 nights camping, then back to civilization, I mumbled to myself while adjusting my pack. The extra weight of my DSLR camera would be worth it for documenting the trip. The first 6 miles passed uneventfully. I maintained a steady pace, stopping occasionally to photograph peculiar rock formations or unusual flora. Around mid-afternoon, I arrived at a small clearing beside a creek that seemed ideal for setting up camp. As I assembled my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest had grown unusually quiet. No birds calling, no squirrels chattering. Just the sound of water over rocks and the occasional whisper of wind through pine needles. "Getting paranoid already, James?" I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I'd read about the local indigenous legends before my trip, stories passed down through generations about entities that could take human form. The ranger station had a pamphlet mentioning these traditions with the usual warnings about respecting cultural beliefs while hiking through ancestral lands. I'd dismissed it as interesting folklore, nothing more. After setting up camp, I hiked another mile to a ridge offering panoramic views of the valley. Through my camera's telephoto lens, I scanned the landscape, capturing the dramatic play of light and shadow across the rugged terrain. That's when I noticed something odd. What appeared to be smoke rising from a location deep in the forest where no trails existed. Too thin to be a forest fire, it resembled a campfire's smoke. I checked my topographic map. The area was at least 10 miles from any marked trail or road. Perhaps another hiker had ventured off trail, or maybe local hunters. As the sun began its descent, I returned to camp and prepared a simple meal of dehydrated stew. The peculiar silence persisted. No nocturnal animals began their evening chorus. No owls. No insects. Just unnatural stillness punctuated by the occasional crack of a branch somewhere in the darkness beyond my campfire's glow. I've spent enough nights in the wilderness to know this wasn't normal. Something had disturbed the natural order here. Sleep came fitfully that night. Each time I drifted off, some small sound would jolt me awake. The snap of a twig, the whisper of movement outside my tent. Once I swore I heard what sounded like breathing, close enough that whatever made it stood just beyond the thin nylon wall near my head. When I finally unzipped my tent at first light, I found something that made my stomach contract. A series of tracks circled my campsite. Not animal prints, at least not entirely. They resembled a mix between human footprints and something else, with elongated toe marks and unusual depth patterns. They approached from the forest, circled my tent multiple times, then disappeared back into the undergrowth. I'd traveled enough in remote areas to recognize most North American wildlife tracks. These matched nothing I'd ever seen. Morning brought no relief from the oppressive silence. No birdsong greeted the dawn, just the same heavy absence of natural sound that had settled over the forest the previous evening. I heated water for coffee and oatmeal, trying to convince myself the strange tracks had a logical explanation. Perhaps someone playing a prank. But who would venture this far into the wilderness just to scare a random hiker? After breakfast, I packed my day supplies and decided to continue to my planned destination, a secluded lake another 5 miles along the trail. The walking helped settle my nerves, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Every few minutes, I'd stop and scan the forest behind me, seeing nothing but still catching glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. Around noon, I reached a small stream crossing. As I carefully navigated the slippery rocks, something caught my eye. A crude arrangement of sticks on the opposite bank. 3 sticks formed a triangular shape with smaller twigs inside, positioned in a pattern that couldn't have occurred naturally. It reminded me of something I'd read about territorial markers, though not from any hunting tradition I recognized. As I photographed the arrangement, goosebumps rose on my arms despite the afternoon warmth. I glanced up and froze. Across the stream, partially hidden behind a large pine, stood a figure. The distance and shadows made details difficult to discern, but the silhouette appeared human-sized, yet somehow wrong in its proportions, limbs slightly too long, head oddly shaped. Before I could focus my camera, The figure stepped back and melted into the forest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "I mean no harm. Are you okay?" No response came except the gentle gurgle of the stream. I debated turning back then, abandoning my planned route and returning to my car. But something, curiosity, stubbornness, or perhaps a misguided sense of adventure, pushed me forward. I convinced myself I'd seen another hiker, perhaps someone from one of the nearby reservations checking on ancestral sites. The lake, when I reached it 2 hours later, was breathtaking, a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding peaks and cloudless sky. Under different circumstances, I would have spent hours photographing it from various angles. Instead, I quickly set up my tent in a protected spot with good visibility, gathered firewood while daylight remained, and prepared myself for another night. As darkness fell, I built a larger-than-necessary fire, finding comfort in its crackling warmth. The sun had just disappeared behind the mountains when I heard it, a sound that stopped my breath. From across the lake came a cry. Not quite human, not quite animal. It began as something resembling a coyote's howl but morphed halfway through into something that approximated human vocalization. A sound trying to be human but missing crucial elements. The result was profoundly disturbing, like audio from the uncanny valley. I fumbled for my phone, initially hoping to record the sound before remembering I'd had no service since beginning my hike. Still, I activated the voice memo function just as the cry came again, longer this time, echoing across the water. While listening to the recording afterward, I noticed something I'd missed in real time. Beneath the primary sound was another layer, almost like words in a language I couldn't identify, spoken in a raspy whisper. Sleep was impossible that night. I maintained the fire until my wood supply dwindled, then retreated to my tent with my hunting knife close at hand. Around 3 a.m., footsteps circled my campsite. Slow, deliberate steps that paused occasionally as if their owner was studying my tent. Then came the scratching. Light at first, then more insistent against the tent's rainfly. 3 distinct scratches. A pause. Then 3 more. "Who's there?" I called, my voice stronger than I felt. The scratching stopped immediately. What followed was worse. The sound of something breathing, heavy and irregular, just inches from where I lay paralyzed in my sleeping bag. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When the first gray light filtered through the tent fabric, I unzipped the door with trembling hands. The area around my campsite showed signs of visitation, broken branches, disturbed earth, and most disturbingly, my backpack had been moved from where I'd secured it to a tree branch about 30 yards into the forest. Nothing was missing, but the contents had been methodically removed and arranged in a semicircle. My food in one pile, clothes in another, maps and electronics in a third. The organization suggested intelligence, not the random scattering an animal would leave. I quickly repacked, skipped breakfast, and decided to abort my trip. 3 more days in these woods suddenly seemed unthinkable. I plotted the quickest route back to my car, not the way I'd come, but a more direct path that would cut my return journey to a single day of hard hiking. The new route took me through denser forest where the trail occasionally disappeared into undergrowth, forcing me to rely on my compass and map. Around mid-morning, I found the first marker, a small animal skull placed precisely in the middle of the trail, facing the direction I'd come from. 20 minutes later, another, this time a rabbit carcass, fresh enough that flies still swarmed around it, split open with its organs arranged in a pattern I refused to study closely. These weren't random animal remains. They were placed deliberately, recently, by someone tracking my movements with enough precision to stay ahead of me while predicting my chosen route. The logical part of my brain cycled through possible explanations. A disturbed individual living off-grid, hunters playing sick games with a solo hiker, even park rangers testing my reaction for some incomprehensible reason. None seemed plausible given the remoteness of my location. By noon, the markers appeared with increasing frequency, more stick arrangements, stones in circular patterns, and once, most unnervingly, a perfect imprint in mud that resembled a human hand with impossibly elongated fingers. I abandoned stealth and began moving as quickly as the terrain allowed, no longer stopping for water or rest. The sense of pursuit intensified with each passing hour. Twice I caught clear glimpses of movement paralleling my route through the trees, a figure maintaining my pace but staying just far enough away to remain indistinct. At one point, I stopped abruptly and raised my camera with its telephoto lens. Through the viewfinder, I caught a fleeting image of what appeared to be a person, but wrong somehow. The proportions distorted, the movement unnaturally fluid. Before I could focus properly, it ducked behind a large boulder. The photograph, which I examined while walking, showed only a blur of motion, but the outline was distinctly humanoid. I deleted it immediately, suddenly afraid of what closer examination might reveal. Around 3 p.m., I reached a small clearing and paused to check my position. According to my map, I'd covered nearly 12 miles, with perhaps 6 more to go before reaching my car. If I maintained my pace, I might make it before complete darkness. That's when I found the camera. It lay in the center of the clearing. My expensive DSLR that I was certain remained secured in my backpack. Yet here it was, lens broken, body scratched as if by claws. I frantically checked my pack. The camera was indeed missing, though I had no memory of dropping it or having it taken. With shaking hands, I turned on the damaged device and accessed the memory card. The most recent images weren't mine. Dozens of photos taken from positions surrounding my campsites over the past 2 nights. Shots of me sleeping, of me cooking, of me changing clothes. The final image showed me from directly above, asleep in my tent with the rainfly mysteriously absent, though I knew I'd secured it before sleeping. The implications were clear. Whatever was stalking me had been much closer than I realized, and for much longer. I dropped the camera and ran. Running in panic through unfamiliar wilderness is precisely what survival experts advise against, yet fear had overridden my training. After 10 minutes of crashing through underbrush, I forced myself to stop, gasping for breath beside a fallen pine. The forest had changed character. The relatively open woodland had given way to densely packed trees growing so closely together that in places their trunks almost touched. The ground between them was carpeted with a thick layer of pine needles that deadened sound and showed no obvious trail. I checked my compass with trembling hands. In my blind panic, I'd veered nearly 45 degrees off course. I corrected my bearing and continued at a more controlled pace, fighting the urge to look behind me every few seconds. The afternoon light had begun to fade, filtered through the canopy into an eerie green twilight. I calculated 4 hours of daylight remained, barely enough to reach my vehicle if I maintained a brisk pace without further detours. 30 minutes later, I found myself at the edge of a ravine not marked on my map. It cut across my path like a scar in the earth, perhaps 20 feet deep with steep sides of loose shale. At the bottom ran a narrow stream. Checking my GPS coordinates confirmed my worst fear. I had somehow gotten turned around despite following my compass. Instead of moving toward the trailhead, I'd been traveling parallel to my original route, deeper into the wilderness. As I recalculated my position, a sound rose from the forest behind me. That same not-quite-human cry I'd heard the previous night, but closer now. Much closer. It was answered by another from somewhere to my right, then a third from my left. The implications chilled me. Not one stalker, but multiple. Or something fast enough to create the illusion of multiple presences. Either possibility was terrifying. I scrambled down the ravine's steep slope, sending small avalanches of loose rock ahead of me. The descent ended in a painful slide that left my hands bloody and my pants torn, but I reached the bottom intact. The stream was shallow enough to wade through, the cold water shocking against my overheated skin. As I climbed the opposite side, I glanced back. 3 figures stood at different points along the ridge I'd just descended. The distance and fading light obscured details, but their silhouettes were unmistakably humanoid yet wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. They made no attempt to follow as I crested the opposite ridge. Instead, they remained perfectly still, watching. The message was clear. They could have caught me if they wanted. This was not pursuit, but a game. I pushed on as darkness settled over the forest. Using my headlamp now seemed dangerous, like painting a target on myself, but navigating without light would be impossible. I compromised by using it sparingly, turning it on just long enough to check my direction before continuing in darkness. Around 8 p.m., I reached a small rock outcropping that offered some protection at my back. Exhaustion forced me to stop despite the dangers. I couldn't risk a fire, so I huddled against the stone, wrapped in my emergency thermal blanket, knife in hand. The sounds began shortly after midnight. Movement in the forest around my position. Not the normal nocturnal rustlings of wildlife, but deliberate, coordinated activity. Something larger than a squirrel or raccoon was circling my location, maintaining a consistent distance of about 50 yards. Then came the mimicry. "Hello? Is anyone there?" My own voice called from the darkness to my left. I froze, knife clutched so tightly my knuckles whitened. "I mean no harm." The same phrase I'd called out earlier in the day, repeated in a perfect imitation of my voice but with subtle wrongness in the inflection. From another direction came a different snippet of my speech. "Getting paranoid already, James?" Exactly as I'd said it to myself on the first day. The implications were staggering. Whatever stalked me had been present from the beginning, close enough to hear even my quiet self-talk. And it could reproduce human speech with terrifying accuracy. I pressed myself against the rock face, fighting the urge to respond. The mimicry continued for nearly an hour. Fragments of sentences I'd spoken over the past 2 days, repeated in increasingly distorted versions of my voice until they devolved into something barely recognizable as human speech. Then came sounds I hadn't made. A child's laugh, a woman's scream, a man's desperate sobbing. Each more disturbing than the last, each somehow fundamentally wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky, the forest finally fell silent. I remained motionless until true daylight penetrated the canopy, then gathered my few belongings with numb fingers. I was no longer lost. I was being herded. The morning brought no comfort. Heavy mist clung to the forest floor, limiting visibility to 20 feet in any direction. I moved cautiously, checking my compass every few minutes, determined to maintain a straight course toward the trailhead no matter what obstacles appeared. The forest had changed again overnight. The trees here were older, massive trunks rising like columns into the mist. Few undergrowth plants survived in the permanent twilight beneath their canopy, leaving the ground strangely open and carpeted with a thick layer of moss that muffled my footsteps. I hadn't eaten since the previous morning, and thirst clawed at my throat. My water bottle contained less than an inch of liquid, and I'd seen no stream since crossing the ravine. According to my increasingly unreliable mental map, I should have intersected the main trail hours ago. Around mid-morning, the mist began to thin, revealing what appeared to be a structure ahead. A cabin or small hunting shelter partially obscured by foliage. I approached cautiously, desperate for shelter, but wary of what might await. It was indeed a cabin, though far older than I initially thought. The log walls had weathered to silver gray, and part of the roof had collapsed inward. The small porch sagged dangerously, and the single window was boarded from the inside. No smoke rose from the stone chimney. Logic dictated caution, but thirst and exhaustion overrode my better judgment. After circling the structure and finding no signs of recent habitation, I approached the door. It hung partially open on rusted hinges, revealing a darkness beyond that my eyes couldn't penetrate. "Hello?" I called, then immediately regretted making noise. No response came from within. The interior was a single room, perhaps 15 feet square. A cast-iron stove sat in one corner, its pipe rising through the intact portion of the roof. A crude wooden table stood in the center, and against the far wall was a metal-framed cot with a mildewed mattress. The floor was bare earth, packed hard by years of use. Most importantly, a metal bucket sat beneath a crude hand pump near the stove. I worked the pump handle, which resisted at first, then yielded with a screech of protesting metal. After several pumps, rusty water sputtered out, eventually running clearer. I filled my bottle and drank deeply, ignoring the metallic taste. The cabin's appearance suggested abandonment years ago, but certain details contradicted this assessment. No dust covered the table's surface. The chimney, visible from inside, contained ash that couldn't be more than a few weeks old. And scratched into the wall beside the cot was a series of tally marks, 47 vertical lines with the 48th crossed through horizontally. As I examined these markings, my gaze fell on something half hidden beneath the cot. A composition notebook with a black and white marbled cover. I pulled it out and opened to the first page. The handwriting was jagged and irregular, pressing so deeply into the paper that some letters punctured through to the next page. Day 1. Got turned around after leaving the main trail. Found this cabin just before dark. Will wait until morning to get my bearings. I flipped through the pages. The entries continued for weeks, documenting a hiker's deteriorating mental state as they became convinced something was stalking them through the forest. The descriptions matched my experiences with disturbing accuracy. The stick arrangements, the mimicry, the strange tracks. The final entry, dated just 3 weeks earlier, read simply, "They're not trying to kill me. They're trying to change me." The implication struck me with physical force. I wasn't the first to be led here. This cabin wasn't sanctuary. It was a trap. I shoved the notebook into my pack and turned to leave, only to find the doorway occupied by a figure. Backlit by the gray daylight outside, I couldn't make out details, but the silhouette was unmistakably humanoid, yet wrong. Too tall for the door frame, forcing it to stoop unnaturally. The proportions weren't right, limbs too long, joints bending at impossible angles. I backed away until I hit the wall, unable to speak or scream. The figure remained motionless in the doorway, blocking my only exit. Then it spoke. Not in mimicry of my voice, but in a raspy whisper that seemed to contain multiple tones simultaneously. 49 days, it said. That's how long it takes. I closed my eyes for just a moment, overwhelmed by terror. When I opened them, the doorway was empty. I bolted outside, running blindly into the forest without direction or plan. The mist had thickened again, enveloping everything in white silence. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing onto the moss-covered ground, lungs burning. When I finally caught my breath and checked my compass, the impossible truth became clear. Despite running in what I was certain was a straight line, I had somehow circled back. Through the mist, I could make out the dark shape of the cabin less than 50 yards away. Night fell with unnatural swiftness, as if the forest itself had swallowed the remaining daylight. I found myself unable to move far from the cabin despite multiple attempts. Each time I struck out in a different direction, walking in what my compass assured me was a straight line, I would eventually glimpse the cabin's dark silhouette through the trees ahead. The GPS on my phone showed coordinates that jumped erratically, sometimes placing me miles from my actual location before settling back to a position near the cabin. The device's battery indicator fluctuated wildly before finally dying, despite having shown 60% charge moments earlier. With no other options, I returned to the cabin as true darkness enveloped the forest. I barricaded the door with the heavy table and positioned myself in the corner with the best view of both the door and the single window. Sleep was unthinkable. Around midnight, the sounds began. Movement on the cabin's roof, scratching at the walls, and the low murmur of voices speaking in what might have been a language, but contained sounds no human vocal cords could produce. Something heavy dragged itself across the roof beams. Dust and debris filtered down through the partially collapsed ceiling. The temperature inside the cabin plummeted until my breath fogged in front of my face. The scratching at the walls intensified, moving systematically around the perimeter until it reached the boarded window. There it paused before becoming a deliberate tapping. 3 distinct knocks. Pause. 3 more. Against every instinct, I spoke. "What do you want from me?" The tapping stopped immediately. Silence held for nearly a minute before a voice responded, not from outside but seemingly from the very walls themselves. "To become," it said, using my own voice, yet subtly wrong. "To change." "I don't understand," I whispered. 49 days, came the response, this time in the raspy, multi-toned whisper I'd heard earlier. "The hunger changes you. The isolation changes you. The forest changes you. Until you can walk between worlds." The implications slowly crystallized in my mind. The notebook, the tally marks. The previous visitor hadn't escaped after 48 days. They had transformed. "You're human," I said, the realization dawning with horrifying clarity. "Or you were." The silence that followed seemed confirmation enough. Then came sounds from all around the cabin. Not just one voice, but many, a chorus of whispers so quiet I had to strain to hear. The old ones called us skinwalkers, but that name is incomplete. We are the in-between, neither fully human nor fully other. And once you begin the change, it cannot be stopped. The barricaded door began to shake as something pressed against it from outside. The heavy table scraped inches across the dirt floor despite my weight braced against it. Through gaps in the boards covering the window, I glimpsed movement, elongated fingers with too many joints prying at the wood. In that moment of pure terror, my mind achieved a clarity that had eluded me for days. I wasn't randomly selected. The skinwalkers hadn't found me by chance. They had lured me, studied me, identified me as suitable. Perhaps through my online research before the trip, my interest in local legends, or some criteria I couldn't fathom. As the pressure on the door increased, a section of the roof finally gave way. Through the gap, shapes began to descend, humanoid figures moving with impossible fluidity, their features obscured by shadow but clearly wrong in fundamental ways that transcended mere deformity. They surrounded me, these former humans, close enough that I could smell the wild musk of their skin and see the remains of modern clothing hanging in tatters from emaciated frames. Their faces retained just enough humanity to make their wrongness more terrible. Eyes too large and reflective, jaws slightly elongated, skin stretched too tightly over pronounced bones. One reached out with fingers that bent in too many places, touching my forehead with surprising gentleness. 49 days, it whispered in that multi-layered voice. "We will keep you safe until the change completes. Then you will understand hunger as we do." The touch sent electricity through my body, locking my muscles and sending me crashing to the floor. As consciousness faded, I heard them continue their whispered conversation, discussing me as scientists might discuss a specimen. I awoke to daylight filtering through the collapsed roof. I was alone in the cabin, the door still barricaded exactly as I had left it. If not for the new scratches on the walls and the lingering scent of something wild and musky, I might have believed I'd dreamed the entire encounter. On the table, now back in its original position, lay a small object, a carved wooden figure representing a human form in mid-transformation, its lower body still recognizably human, while its upper portion elongated into something else. Beside it lay the notebook I'd found earlier, open to a blank page with a pencil placed precisely across it. I understood the message. I was expected to continue the record, to document my own 49 days. Instead, I ran. Not randomly this time, but with purpose. If I couldn't find my way out, I would find the higher ground I'd seen on my first day. Cell reception. Help. I ran until my lungs burned, following my compass northeast toward where my topographic map showed a ridge rising above the forest canopy. The figures paced me through the trees, visible from the corners of my eyes but never directly confronting me. Not trying to stop me. Simply watching. Waiting. Because they knew what I was beginning to suspect. That the hunger had already begun. That the changes were already underway inside me. That escape might no longer be possible in the way I imagined it. When I reached the ridge after hours of punishing ascent, I found exactly what I'd hoped for: 2 bars of cell reception. Enough to make a call. Enough to send my location. The search and rescue team found me 16 hours later, dehydrated and delirious with fever. They attributed my wild story to exposure and trauma, perhaps combined with the effects of drinking contaminated water from the cabin's well. The strange figures I described were dismissed as hallucinations. The notebook had disappeared from my pack, and the wooden carving was nowhere to be found. I'm home now, recovering physically while my mind remains fractured by uncertainty. Some days I convince myself it was all hallucination and trauma, as the doctors suggest. Other days, I catch glimpses of elongated figures at the edge of my property, watching me through the trees with patient, hungry eyes. And in the mirror each morning, I study my face for changes. The slightest elongation of my jaw, the subtle enlargement of my eyes, the way my fingers sometimes seem to bend at angles that shouldn't be possible. 49 days. That's how long they said it takes. Today marks day 37. Note: I found this account posted anonymously on a wilderness forum 3 years ago. The user deleted their profile immediately after posting, and no follow-up ever appeared. Local search and rescue records show no operations matching this description in the stated time frame. I've been unable to locate any cabin matching this description in the area, though several hikers have reported strange experiences in those same woods. I share this story not as fact, but as a warning to those who venture alone into remote places. Some things in this world exist in the boundaries between what we understand and what we fear. And sometimes the most terrifying possibility is that we might become what we fear most. I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and my story begins on a frigid Sunday in January 2021. Winter had wrapped its icy fingers around our town, leaving the landscape barren and ghostly in its grasp. The Susquehanna River flowed silently beside the trail at Chickies Rock, near the Route 30 bridge, a place familiar to locals but holding secrets I would soon wish had remained hidden. My older brother James and I had arrived around 4:30 p.m. The sun was already beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the snow-covered ground. The temperature had dropped significantly since morning, and our breath hung in visible clouds before us as we trudged along the empty trail. The parking lot had been vacant except for our weathered Honda Civic, its blue paint chipped and faded from years of Pennsylvania winters. "Nobody's crazy enough to be out here today except us," James had remarked as we stepped onto the trail, our boots crunching through the thin layer of ice that had formed over yesterday's snowfall. We were looking for a quiet spot away from the main path, somewhere to smoke and talk without interruption. Our weekly hikes had become a tradition over the past year, a way to escape the confines of our small apartment and the mundane routine our lives had fallen into since the pandemic began. The woods were eerily quiet that day. No birds sang, no squirrels darted between the naked trees. Even the usual distant rumble of traffic crossing the Route 30 bridge seemed muted, as if the cold had dampened all sound. I remember pulling my scarf tighter around my neck, fighting against the wind that seemed to find every gap in my clothing. "I need to take a leak," James announced after we'd walked about half a mile. "Keep going, I'll catch up." He stepped just a few feet off the trail behind a large oak tree. I continued walking alone, my thoughts drifting as I admired the way the fading sunlight glinted off ice-encased branches. The beauty of winter had always captivated me, despite its harshness. The stillness of it all felt almost sacred, like walking through a vast, frozen cathedral. That's when I saw it. About 30 yards ahead, something moved on the trail. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A shadow, perhaps, or a branch swaying in the wind. But as I focused, I realized it was an animal. Not just any animal, but something I couldn't immediately identify. Its movements were unnatural, jarring in a way that made my skin crawl. The creature stood about 3 feet tall, with a lean, muscular body. Its fur was a strange ashen gray, almost translucent in the fading light. The proportions were all wrong. Elongated hind legs reminiscent of a kangaroo, but with the slender frame of a greyhound. Its face was narrow, deer-like, with ears that seemed too large and alert for its body. The most disturbing aspect was its gait. It moved with an unsettling bounce, occasionally rising to stand on its hind legs before dropping back down to all fours. Each movement seemed deliberate, calculated, as if it were studying the terrain. Or me. "James!" I called out, my voice cracking. "James, you need to see this!" I heard my brother's footsteps rushing toward me, the crunch of snow and twigs announcing his approach. "What? What is it?" he asked, slightly out of breath as he reached my side. I pointed silently, afraid that speaking would somehow alert the creature to our presence, though I had the distinct impression it was already aware of us. "What the hell is that?" James whispered, squinting to get a better look. As if responding to his question, the creature suddenly turned its head in our direction. Even from this distance, I could feel its gaze lock onto us. My heart hammered against my ribcage as an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. Then it did something I still can't explain. It took a few deliberate steps in our direction, moving with that same unsettling hop-step gait. The movement was somehow both mechanical and fluid, like watching a poorly animated figure come to life. "It's coming toward us," I breathed, instinctively taking a step backward. James grabbed my arm, his fingers digging into my jacket. "Don't move," he hissed, though I could feel a slight tremor in his grip. The creature paused, its head cocked to one side in an almost curious manner. For a moment, we all remained frozen. Two humans and this inexplicable being caught in a bizarre standoff as the last rays of sunlight filtered through the bare branches above. Then, without warning, it darted sideways off the trail and into the woods. "Did you see that?" I gasped, finally releasing the breath I'd been holding. "Yeah, I saw it," James replied, his voice unusually tight. "What the hell was it?" We stared into the woods where the creature had disappeared. The trees stood stark and leafless, their trunks creating a maze of vertical lines through which we should have been able to track the animal's movement. But there was nothing. No sign of movement, no rustling of undergrowth, no sound of retreat. It had simply vanished. "That's impossible," I said, moving cautiously toward the spot where it had left the trail. "We should be able to see it. There's nothing to hide behind." James followed me, his posture tense. Maybe it's just fast, really fast. But that explanation didn't satisfy either of us. The woods weren't dense enough to provide cover, especially in winter. The undergrowth was sparse, and visibility extended at least 50 yards in every direction. Nothing that size could have disappeared so completely, so quickly. I stepped off the trail, my boots sinking into deeper snow. "I want to check," I said, though part of me screamed that this was a terrible idea. "Wait," James called, but I was already moving forward, drawn by a curiosity that overshadowed my fear. The spot where the creature had entered the woods showed clear signs of disturbance. Paw prints unlike any I'd seen before, with elongated hind impressions and smaller, more delicate foreprints. But they extended only about 10 feet into the woods before disappearing completely, as if the creature had simply evaporated or taken flight. "The tracks just stop," I called back to James, who had remained on the trail, scanning the surroundings nervously. "Come back," he urged. "The sun's almost gone. We shouldn't be out here after dark." He was right. The light was fading rapidly now, the forest transforming from muted gray to ominous black. The temperature seemed to drop with each passing minute, and a new quiet had settled over the woods, the heavy silence that comes with true wilderness after sunset. I reluctantly returned to the trail, unable to shake the feeling of being observed. "What do you think it was?" I asked as we began walking back toward the parking lot, our pace considerably quicker than before. James shook his head. "Not sure. Maybe some kind of escaped exotic pet. People keep all sorts of weird animals these days." His explanation sounded hollow, even to him, I suspect. Pennsylvania winters are harsh. An escaped tropical or desert animal wouldn't survive long in these conditions. And whatever we saw moved with too much purpose, too much familiarity with its surroundings to be an outsider. "It seemed to be watching us," I said quietly, like it knew exactly what it was doing. James didn't respond to this, but I noticed he kept glancing over his shoulder as we walked, his eyes scanning the darkening woods on either side of the trail. By the time we reached the parking lot, night had fully claimed the forest. Our car sat alone in the gravel lot, its windshield already frosting over. I felt a wave of relief wash over me at the sight of it, a familiar sanctuary amid the unknown. As James unlocked the doors, I took one last look back at the trail we just exited. The path disappeared into darkness, swallowed by the night and the looming trees. For a split second, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the tree line, a flash of ashen gray, a pair of eyes reflecting the faint moonlight. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling of my apartment, replaying the encounter over and over. The creature's strange movements, its unnerving gait, the way it had looked directly at us before disappearing into thin air, these images cycled through my mind on endless repeat. Around 2 a.m., I grabbed my laptop and began researching native Pennsylvania wildlife. I scrolled through pages of deer, coyotes, foxes, and bobcats, but nothing matched what we'd seen. I expanded my search to escaped zoo animals, cryptids, and urban legends associated with the Susquehanna River Valley, but found nothing conclusive. A text from James lit up my phone. "You awake?" I replied immediately. "Can't sleep. You?" "Same. Keep thinking about what we saw today." We exchanged a few more messages, both of us dancing around the fact that what we'd encountered defied explanation. Neither of us was prone to flights of fancy or superstition, yet we couldn't reconcile what we'd witnessed with any rational explanation. "Maybe we should go back tomorrow," I suggested. "In daylight. Look for tracks or signs." There was a long pause before James responded. "Not sure that's a good idea." His reluctance surprised me. James had always been the adventurous one, the first to suggest exploring abandoned buildings or hiking off the marked trails. His hesitation spoke volumes about how deeply unsettled he was by our experience. The next morning, exhaustion clung to me like a second skin. Dark circles shadowed my eyes, and my movements felt sluggish and disconnected. I called in sick to work, unable to face the prospect of pretending everything was normal. As I made coffee, I found myself drawn to the window of my apartment that faced west, toward Chickies Rock and the Susquehanna River. Though miles away and blocked by buildings, I stared in that direction, feeling an inexplicable pull. What was out there? And why couldn't I shake the feeling that our encounter hadn't been by chance, that somehow we had been chosen? Despite James's initial reluctance, 3 days later we found ourselves back at the Chickies Rock trailhead. It was Wednesday afternoon, my day off, and James had switched shifts at the warehouse to join me. The parking lot had a few more cars this time, a middle-aged couple preparing for a hike and a solitary photographer adjusting equipment near his truck. The presence of others provided a small comfort as we set off down the now familiar path. Daylight revealed a different forest than the one we'd fled from on Sunday evening. Sunlight filtered through the bare branches, casting intricate shadow patterns on the snow. Birds called to one another, and occasionally a squirrel would dart across our path. "It all seems so normal now," James remarked as we approached the area where we'd had our encounter. I nodded, though I couldn't shake the underlying tension that had settled in my stomach since we'd arrived. The forest felt watchful, as if the trees themselves were bearing witness to our return. We slowed as we reached the spot. It looked unremarkable in the daylight, just another stretch of the well-worn trail, bordered by leafless trees and patches of melting snow. "It was right about here," I said, pointing to the area ahead where the trail curved slightly. James nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings with methodical precision. "And it went off the trail there," he added, gesturing to a small gap between two oak trees. We stepped off the path and into the woods, careful to avoid disturbing any potential evidence. 3 days of intermittent snow and sunshine had erased most signs of our previous visit, but I was determined to find something, anything, that would validate what we'd seen. For nearly an hour, we combed the area in widening circles, looking for tracks, fur, or other signs of the creature's presence. The couple we'd seen in the parking lot passed by on the trail, nodding politely in our direction before continuing their hike. "What exactly are you boys looking for?" a voice called from the path. I turned to see the photographer we'd noticed earlier, his camera hanging from a strap around his neck. He was older than I'd first thought, perhaps in his 60s, with a weathered face and keen eyes that seemed to miss nothing. "Just looking around," James replied vaguely. The man studied us for a moment, then stepped off the trail to join us. "You saw something, didn't you?" he asked quietly. The photographer's name was Howard Brenner. He'd been documenting the changing landscape around the Susquehanna for over 30 years, he told us, as we sat on a fallen log just off the main trail. "I've seen things in these woods that defy explanation," he said, his voice low despite the fact that we were alone. Things that shouldn't exist, at least not according to any biology textbook. I exchanged a glance with James, whose skepticism was evident in his furrowed brow. Yet I found myself leaning forward, eager to hear more. "What did you see?" Howard asked us directly. After a moment's hesitation, I described our encounter, the strange creature with its kangaroo-like hind legs, greyhound body, and deer-like features. I mentioned its ashen gray color and the way it had moved with that unnatural, hopping gait. Most importantly, I described how it had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving no trace in a woods where concealment should have been impossible. Howard listened without interruption, nodding occasionally, as if confirming details against some mental checklist. When I finished, he remained silent for a long moment, gazing out into the forest. "You're not the first," he finally said. "There have been sightings around here going back decades. Most people keep quiet about it. Who wants to be the local crackpot, right? But I've documented at least 7 separate encounters since 1996. "What is it?" James asked, his skepticism giving way to genuine curiosity. Howard shook his head. "I don't know. Not for certain. But I have theories." He reached into his camera bag and pulled out a small, worn notebook. Flipping through the pages, he stopped and showed us a sketch, a detailed drawing of a creature remarkably similar to what we'd seen. "This was drawn by a biology professor from Franklin and Marshall College in 2008, Howard explained. "He was collecting specimens along the river when he had an encounter much like yours." The sketch captured the creature's unsettling proportions and strange features with disturbing accuracy. Seeing it rendered by someone else, someone who had no connection to us or our experience, sent a chill down my spine. "There's more," Howard continued, turning to another page. This one contained not a sketch, but a photocopy of what appeared to be an old newspaper clipping. This is from the Lancaster Intelligencer Journal, October 1879, a report from local farmers about strange creatures seen near the river after a period of unusual flooding. The archaic language of the article described gray beasts of unnatural configuration that moved with a most disturbing leap-walking manner and disappeared as if by ethereal means when pursued. "People have been seeing these things for over a century," Howard said, closing his notebook. "Always near the river, always elusive, always defying classification." As Howard shared more of his research with us, the afternoon light began to wane. Winter days are short in Pennsylvania, and darkness comes quickly. I hadn't noticed the time passing, so engrossed was I in the photographer's stories and theories. "We should head back," James finally said, checking his watch. "It's almost 5 o'clock. Howard nodded, returning his notebook to his bag. "You're right. These woods aren't a place to be after dark, not if you've seen what you've seen." We walked back toward the parking lot together, Howard occasionally pausing to photograph interesting ice formations or the particular way light filtered through the trees. Despite the unsettling nature of our conversation, I found his presence reassuring. Here was someone who believed us, who had dedicated years to documenting the very phenomenon we'd witnessed. "What do you think they are?" I asked as we neared the end of the trail. "Not what people have called them, but what they actually are." Howard paused, considering his words carefully. "I think they're watchers," he finally said. "Guardians of some kind. I don't believe they're supernatural, more likely some undiscovered species that's evolved to be perfectly adapted to this specific ecosystem. Their ability to seemingly vanish? Probably some form of camouflage we don't understand yet. Nature is full of adaptations that seem impossible until they're explained." His rational approach was comforting, though it didn't entirely dispel the unease I still felt when thinking about our encounter. "Will we see it again?" James asked. "Maybe," Howard replied, "but I suspect only if it wants to be seen." We reached the parking lot as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the western hills. Howard's truck was parked next to our car, both vehicles now the only ones remaining. As we exchanged phone numbers and promised to stay in touch, I glanced back toward the trailhead one last time. The forest beyond had been swallowed by darkness, the path disappearing into an impenetrable wall of shadow. And there, just at the edge where light gave way to darkness, I thought I saw a flicker of movement, a lean, gray shape with eyes that seemed to glow with their own inner light. "Howard," I said quietly, not taking my eyes off the spot. "Look." But by the time he turned, whatever I'd seen, if I'd seen anything at all, had vanished. "The Watchers," Howard murmured, a note of reverence in his voice. always watching, rarely seen. As we drove away from Chicky's Rock that evening, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were leaving something unfinished. Our encounter had opened a door to a world operating alongside our own, a world of creatures that defied conventional explanation, of mysteries hiding in plain sight. I've returned to that trail many times since, sometimes with James, sometimes with Howard, occasionally alone. I've never again seen the creature as clearly as I did that January evening, but I've caught glimpses, a flash of movement in my peripheral vision, tracks that stop abruptly in the middle of open ground, the sensation of being observed when no one else is around. Whatever lives in the woods beyond Chicky's Rock, whatever watches from the shadows along the Susquehanna, remains a mystery. But I know what I saw, and I know that sometimes, when I walk those trails, it sees me too. The beam of my flashlight sliced through the inky darkness as I trudged through the dense Oregon forest. Towering Douglas firs creaked and swayed overhead in the autumn breeze. Fallen leaves crunched under my boots with each step. "You really think we'll find the missing hikers out here?" asked Mike, my fellow ranger, as he walked beside me. His face looked pale and tense in the moonlight filtering through the canopy. "We have to try," I replied, my breath clouding in the chilly night air. "It's been over 48 hours. If they're still alive, they won't survive another night in this cold." Mike and I had been tasked with searching a remote section of the national forest, miles from the nearest road or trailhead. 2 college students, a young man and woman, had failed to return from a weekend backpacking trip. Their families were frantic. Search parties had fanned out through the wilderness in a desperate attempt to find them. Now, as midnight approached, a sense of dread knotted my stomach. I'd been a ranger for over a decade, patrolling forests from the Great Lakes to the Appalachians. I knew the dangers that lurked in the backcountry: hungry bears, treacherous terrain, brutal weather. But out here, something felt different. Sinister. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as we pushed deeper into the woods. Suddenly, Mike froze. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I paused, straining my ears. In the distance, from the direction of a tangle of underbrush, came a muffled whimpering sound. Cautiously, I stepped forward, sweeping my light over the ground. My heart nearly stopped. Huddled at the base of a tree was the missing girl. Her clothes were shredded and bloody. Tears streaked her dirt-caked face. She looked up at us with wild, terrified eyes. "Run!" she screamed. "It's coming!" "Whoa, easy there. You're safe now," I said in my most soothing voice, slowly approaching the traumatized young woman. "I'm Ranger Ethan. This is Ranger Mike. We're here to help." She shrank back against the tree trunk, quaking with fear. I knelt down a few feet away, not wanting to startle her further. "Can you tell me your name?" I asked gently. "Lila," she stammered through chattering teeth. "Please, we have to go. It took Adam." A chill rippled down my spine. I exchanged a worried glance with Mike. "What took Adam?" he asked. "A bear? Mountain lion?" Lila shook her head vehemently, a hysterical edge creeping into her voice. "Not an animal. It looked like a man, but it wasn't. It moved wrong, like it was wearing someone else's skin." My blood ran cold. I'd heard local tribal legends about dark creatures stalking these woods, spirits that could take the form of animals or men, but I'd always dismissed them as campfire ghost stories. Now, seeing the primal horror in Lila's eyes, I wasn't so sure. I slipped off my pack and pulled out an emergency blanket. Moving slowly, I draped it over the shivering girl's shoulders. She clutched it around herself. "Let's get you out of here," I said, helping her to her feet. "We'll take you back to the ranger station, get you warmed up and checked out by the EMTs." As we started hiking back the way we'd come, a twig snapped in the underbrush behind us. I spun around, my light slicing through the shadows. I caught a flash of luminous eyes and a dark, gangly silhouette shambling between the trees. Then it was gone. Lila let out a choked sob. "It's following us." Icy tendrils of fear crept up the back of my neck. I drew my sidearm, flicking off the safety. "Mike, get her out of here. Call for backup. I'll cover you." He nodded grimly and pulled Lila away at a jog. I centered myself, breathing deeply like I'd been trained, and scanned the forest. A guttural growl rumbled from the brush to my left. I tried to track the sound, but it seemed to slide and fracture, echoing from multiple directions at once, as if the thing was everywhere and nowhere. Two glowing eyes appeared in the darkness, far too high off the ground to be human. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stared down the creature in the darkness. The eyes blinked out of existence for a split second, then reappeared 10 yards to the right. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cold. How could it move so fast? I thumbed my radio handset clipped to my shoulder. Dispatch, this is Ranger Ethan, badge 3274. I have a visual on an unknown hostile subject, requesting immediate backup at my location, over. A hiss of static was the only reply. I tried again, my voice cracking with tension. Dispatch, do you copy? Over. Nothing. A sinking feeling hit my gut as I realized the truth. We were on our own out here. I steadied my aim at the space between those hellish, glowing eyes. The creature let out a raspy snarl that sounded almost mocking. Stealing my nerve, I squeezed the trigger. The shot cracked through the night like thunder. In the muzzle flash, I caught a glimpse of the thing. Gaunt, elongated limbs, a hairless, leathery hide, a twisted face that was a grotesque patchwork of human and animal features. Then it vanished into the shadows, my bullet-shattering bark from a tree trunk behind where it had stood. Breath ragged, I waited for the thing to come charging out of the brush. But the only sound was the fading echo of my gunshot. A minute dragged by, then another. The forest was deathly silent. No owls hooting, no insects buzzing, as if everything living had fled, or been driven out. Satisfied the immediate threat had passed, I turned and sprinted to catch up with Mike and Lila. I found them half a mile ahead on the trail, pale and shaken, but unharmed. What was that thing? Mike asked, his voice hoarse. I shook my head. I don't know, but I'm starting to believe those old legends. I glanced at Lila, who clung to Mike's arm, wide-eyed and trembling. My heart ached for what she'd been through, and for the likely fate of her companion. Let's keep moving, I said. Backup should meet us at the trailhead. As we hiked, my neck prickled with the unshakable feeling of being watched from the shadows. I remembered the chilling warning I'd once heard from a Chinook elder on a ride-along in Washington. Beware those who walk like men but hunt like beasts. They are the skinwalkers, ancient and evil, and they hunger for human souls. At the time, I'd laughed it off. Now, I shuddered at the memory. What if the old man was right? What if after years of close calls with nature's teeth and claws, I'd finally met something beyond the natural? I tightened my grip on my sidearm and quickened my pace, desperate to escape the darkness pressing in from all sides. Little did I know that the true nightmare was just beginning. We emerged from the tree line into the gravel parking lot of the remote trailhead. I blinked, momentarily disoriented by the glow of the solitary streetlight after so long and near total darkness. The lot was deserted, except for our Green Forest Service SUV and the missing hiker's abandoned sedan. No backup in sight. An icy river of fear flowed through my veins. Why hadn't dispatch responded? Get her in the truck, I ordered Mike, trying to keep my building panic out of my voice. He bundled Lila into the back seat as I slid behind the wheel. I turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed and sputtered but refused to catch. No, 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 I muttered, frantically pumping the gas. On the third try, the motor finally roared to life. I threw it in gear and slammed the accelerator. The tires spat gravel as we fishtailed out of the lot. I pushed the SUV to its limits, taking the winding forest road as fast as I dared. The high beams illuminated trees whipping by on either side. Mike braced himself against the dash. In the rearview mirror, I could see Lila hugging her knees to her chest, rocking back and forth. As we sped down an isolated stretch with steep embankments hemming us in, Lila suddenly let out a piercing scream. It's out there! I saw it! My eyes flicked to the side mirror. In the darkness beyond the roadside, a pair of iridescent orbs flashed in the underbrush. They were keeping pace with us. How is that possible? Mike croaked out. I had no answer. I just focused on driving, knuckles white on the steering wheel. An otherworldly shriek ripped through the night, Dopplering as it fell behind us. Lila sobbed in the back seat. 10 miles to the ranger station. 10 miles to safety. Nothing to do but outrun the nightmare snapping at our heels. Halfway there, the SUV lurched violently as a tire blew out. I fought for control as we swerved and skidded. We careened off the road, crashing through a guardrail. I had a snapshot vision of treetops in a steep ravine. Then everything went black as we tumbled into freefall. I clawed my way back to consciousness, pain shooting through my battered limbs. The truck was crumpled at the bottom of a gully, wedged against a fallen log. Shattered glass and twisted metal surrounded me. Disoriented, I called out for Mike and Lila. No response. I kicked out the spiderwebbed windshield and crawled from the wreckage. In the feeble glow of the dying headlights, I spotted Mike slumped motionless a dozen yards away, thrown from the vehicle. A sticky pool of crimson spread beneath his head. I stumbled to him, rolling him onto his back, searching desperately for a pulse, for breath, for any sign of life. But it was too late. His vacant eyes stared into the void, glassy and still. Unfathomable grief mingled with primal terror as reality sunk in. Mike was dead. Lila was missing, likely dragged off. And somewhere out in the lightless woods, an ancient evil hunted me. I was alone with the skinwalker. Crushed under the weight of loss and dread, I slumped against the fallen log, cradling my fractured forearm against my chest. Blood dripped into my eyes from a laceration above my brow. I wiped it on the sleeve of my tattered uniform as a pained sob escaped my lips. Mike, I'm so sorry. My radio crackled with static from where it lay a few feet away, jarred loose in the crash. I crawled to it, grimacing at the white-hot bolts of agony shooting through my ribs. I keyed the handset, a desperate surge of hope sparking in my chest. This is Ranger Ethan. Emergency. Officer down. Need immediate assistance. The only reply was an eerie, garbled hiss, like a serpent's rattle filtered through a distorted speaker. My hope shriveled and died, replaced by dawning horror. The skinwalker. It was blocking my radio somehow. I was completely cut off. Overhead, the moon emerged from behind a veil of clouds. In its spectral light, I saw a sight that froze the blood in my veins. A trail of bloody footprints led away from the wreckage, intermingled with strange, elongated handprints pressed into the earth, as if something had crawled away on all fours like a beast. The tracks led deeper into the darkened forest. Every instinct screamed at me not to follow, to wait for rescue. But I knew in my heart that no help was coming. Not in time to save Lila from whatever nightmare awaited her. I had to act, broken body be damned. I limped to Mike's corpse, tears blurring my vision as I gently pried his sidearm from its holster with trembling hands. The crash had thrown my own gun somewhere into the underbrush. I checked the magazine. 4 rounds remaining. It would have to be enough. Jaw clenched against the pain, I set off into the woods, following the grisly trail. Step by agonizing step, I forced myself onward, even as every ragged breath sent daggers lancing through my chest. The forest closed in around me like an icy tomb. The putrid scent of rotting leaves mingled with the coppery tang of blood. An owl screeched in the branches above, nearly stopping my heart. After an eternity of hellish slogging, I reached a small clearing. Moonlight illuminated a shape at its center, a body lying on its back, a female form with long, dark hair spilled around its head like a halo. Lila, I croaked, hope and horror warring within me. I stumbled forward and dropped to my knees beside her. But it wasn't Lila. It was the corpse of a young Native American woman in a fringed buckskin dress. Her skin was desiccated, clinging to bone. A gaping black void filled her chest where her heart should have been. She'd been dead a long, long time. Realization slammed into me like a freight train. The skinwalker's last victim, left as a gruesome message. I whirled, just as a dark shape descended from the branches above. Its eyes burned with an eldritch green glow. Impossibly long, sinewy limbs unfolded as it dropped, skittering towards me. Choking on terror, I raised my gun and pulled the trigger. Click! It was empty. The creature grinned with a mouthful of dripping fangs. Then it lunged. The skinwalker barreled into me with the force of a battering ram, knocking the useless gun from my hands. We tumbled in a tangle of thrashing limbs. I glimpsed a muzzle bristling with fangs and razor claws slashing the air. Searing agony ripped across my chest as its talons shredded my flesh. I screamed, beating at the abomination with my one good arm, but it was like punching a slab of gristled meat. The creature pinned me, its fetid breath scalding my face. Those glowing, intelligent eyes bored into mine with pure malevolence. As its jaws gaped, viscous strands of drool spattering my cheeks, I knew that I was staring into the face of death. I braced for the feeling of fangs tearing into my jugular, for my life to drain away in a crimson flood. But instead, the skinwalker reared back, its misshapen head cocking to one side as if listening to some distant sound. Then, to my shock, it spoke. Its voice was a sibilant rasp, ancient and cruel. "Not yet, little lost one. The hunt is not over. Run now, pray. Run!" With that, it bounded away into the forest, leaving me lying there, shaking and bleeding. It took an eternity for me to struggle to my feet, leaning heavily against a tree trunk for support. My mind reeled, unable to process the horror I'd just experienced. That thing had spoken to me, in English. What ungodly intelligence drove its actions? But one thing burned through the haze of pain and fear. It hadn't killed me when it had the chance. It wanted to toy with me, like a predator savoring the thrill of the chase before the kill. And it still had Lila. Rage ignited inside me, burning away the fog of despair. I wasn't going to let that happen. I wouldn't leave Lila to its non-existent mercy. Even if it cost me my life, I had to try to save her. It was my duty, my penance for leading my friends into this nightmare. I retrieved my fallen gun and set off into the forest once more, following the trail of broken undergrowth left by the skinwalker's passage. My injuries screamed with every step, but I gritted my teeth and pushed onward. I didn't know if I was tracking the creature or walking into an ambush, but it didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was finding Lila. I owed her that much. Hours passed in a red haze of pain and exhaustion as I stumbled through the endless expanse of shadowed trees. My blood-soaked shirt clung to my body, the fabric heavy and cold. I shook with chills, fever building behind my eyes. I knew my wounds were likely infected. But still, I pressed on. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky to a sickly gray, I caught a flash of movement through the trees ahead. I froze, breath catching in my throat. There, in a small grove, knelt Lila. She was bent over something on the ground, her back to me. "Lila," I called out, voice cracking. "It's Ethan. I'm here to help you." She turned slowly. Even at a distance, I could see that her eyes were blank, her movements jerky like a marionette with tangled strings. She rose to her feet and shambled towards me. "Lila?" I whispered, a knot of unease tightening in my gut. As she neared, I saw that her clothes were gone, replaced by a gruesome patchwork garment of stitched animal hides. Antlers protruded from her matted hair. Viscous black fluid dribbled from the corners of her mouth. "No," I breathed in horror. "What did it do to you?" She lunged at me, bony fingers hooked into claws. I stumbled back, narrowly avoiding her grasp. This wasn't Lila anymore. The skinwalker had done something to her, transformed her into something monstrous. She came at me again, gnashing teeth bared in a feral snarl. Tears streaming down my face, I raised the gun and took aim with shaking hands. "I'm sorry, Lila. I'm so sorry." I pulled the trigger. The shot echoed through the woods like thunder. Lila staggered, a blossom of red spreading across her chest. She crumpled to the forest floor and lay still. I collapsed to my knees beside her, a howl of anguish tearing from my throat. I cradled her blood-spattered face in my hands as the light faded from her eyes. Then, all around me, the trees erupted with spectral green eyes and guttural growls. The skinwalkers emerged from the shadows, dozens of misshapen abominations skittering from the undergrowth. They encircled me, a closing noose of undulating, noisome bodies. I surged to my feet, rage and grief swallowing the last tattered remnants of my sanity. I charged at the horde, screaming until my throat was raw, emptying my gun into their midst. Searing pain exploded through me as they fell on me in a wave of snapping fangs and tearing claws. I felt my flesh shredding, my bones splintering. But I fought on, even as the world went dark and cold around me. My last thought as the skinwalkers dragged me down into oblivion was of the old Chinook legend, the one that foretold of the day the great evil would rise from the earth, and the warriors who would stand against it unto their last breath. I could only pray I had been one of them, even as I knew my fight was over. Darkness, drifting in a void beyond pain, beyond fear. A ghost of a man who once was. Then, distant voices filtering through the black, muffled and distorted as if underwater. Lucky to be alive. Severe lacerations, broken ribs, punctured lung. Ranger found him just in time, babbling about monsters. Light, lancing into my eyes like needles. I tried to turn my head away but couldn't move. Panic sparked through the narcotic numbness weighing me down. Where was I? Slowly, aching, I prized open my eyelids, squinting against the glare. Sterile white walls, humming fluorescent lights, the tang of antiseptic. I was in a hospital room swaddled in bandages, an IV line snaked from my arm. "Welcome back," said a voice, rough with exhaustion. I rolled my head to see a haggard, stubbled face smiling down at me. I blinked, uncomprehending. "Frank?" I croaked. My supervisor from the ranger station nodded, patting my unbandaged shoulder with a weathered hand. "You gave us quite a scare, son. Found you half dead in the middle of nowhere, covered in blood. What the hell happened out there?" I opened my mouth, then shut it. Memories came flooding back. The skinwalkers, Lila, Mike, the horror in the forest. But I couldn't force the words out. They curdled on my tongue like poison. Who would believe me? I hardly believed it myself. Maybe it was better to let them think a bear or a cougar had attacked us. Let Lila and Mike's families have closure untainted by cosmic evil. Let the official report read animal attack instead of supernatural entities beyond human comprehension. I don't remember, I mumbled, fresh tears leaking from the corners of my eyes. It's all a blur. Frank squeezed my shoulder, sympathy etched into the lines of his weathered face. "It's all right, Ethan. You've been through hell. Just rest now." I closed my eyes, letting the tide of weariness pull me back into merciful darkness. In the weeks and months after, I threw myself into physical therapy, determined to recover, to regain my strength. But as my body healed, my mind fractured a bit more each day. I couldn't escape the nightmares. Flashes of glowing eyes and glistening fangs jolting me awake, screaming. Glimpses of distorted figures lurking in every shadow. The ceaseless feeling of being watched, stalked, hunted. The wilderness that had once been my sanctuary now filled me with only dread. The primal awareness that there were things out there beyond human reckoning. Hungry things in the forest that walked like men. And to chase that knowledge was to court madness. I quit the ranger service, moved to the city, took a job as night security guard. Told myself that concrete and electric light could keep the demons at bay. But in the darkest hours before dawn, I still see their eyes in every corner, hear their growls echoing up from the forgotten places below. And I know the truth. The skinwalkers are still out there, waiting, watching. No one is safe in the dark. The forest closed in around me as I hiked the lonely trail, my boots crunching on the gravel path. Sunlight filtered through the trees, but even at midday, the woods felt dark and primeval. An unnatural hush lay over everything, broken only by the eerie calls of crows. I was a seasoned backcountry ranger, used to trekking solo through remote wilderness for days on end to monitor trails and campsites. But today felt different somehow, heavy with a sense of foreboding. The air itself seemed thick and watchful, as if the forest was sizing me up, waiting. I brushed aside my unease, chalking it up to too many nights reading eerie tales around the campfire. The miles slid by under my steady pace, and I reveled in the solitude, my senses singing with the mingled scents of pine and leaf mold. But slowly I became aware of a trickling unease. The back of my neck prickled, the fine hairs standing up. I had the uncanny sensation of being observed by unseen eyes. Glancing around, I saw nothing but serried ranks of trees marching up the hillsides, no hint of movement. But still the feeling persisted. As evening drew on, my disquiet increased. The normal chatter and rustle of wildlife seemed muted, the birdsong strangely discordant. Even the wind felt wrong somehow as it sighed through the branches, carrying an elusive taint, a whiff of something feral. I made camp in a hollow ringed by sentinel firs, but sleep was slow to come. Something was out there in the night. I could feel it. Dawn revealed a world wreathed in mist. Dew silvered every surface, refracting the pale light into a shifting kaleidoscope of grays. I emerged from my tent, stretching the kinks from my spine, and bent to rekindle last night's fire. That's when I saw the tracks. They meandered through my campsite, weaving between tent and treeline. Bipedal but oddly misshapen, the prints were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Not human, but not quite animal either. I crouched to examine them. Each print was nearly 18 inches long and half as wide, with a deep central pad and the impressions of 4 thick, splayed toes tipped in jagged claws. A chill stole through me. No creature that I knew of left tracks like these. As I followed the trail with my eyes, I realized it encircled my campsite completely. Round and round, as if something had paced a ring around me all through the long reaches of the night, watching me sleep. My breath gusted out in a shaky sigh. Rattled, I broke camp with haste, dousing my fire and packing my gear with extra speed. The strange prints meandered off into the trees, and I turned my feet in the opposite direction. As I hiked, an urgent mantra pounded in my head: "Get out, get out, get out." A few miles on, I crossed paths with an old trapper, a leathery, weathered man trailing a brace of coonhounds. His eyes were flinty as agates. When I mentioned the tracks, he spat and made a sign against evil. "You'll steer clear if you know what's good for you," he rasped. "There's things in these hills best left alone." Before I could press him further, he hurried on his way with a last uneasy backward glance. The day waxed toward noon. I rested in a sunlit glade, trying to shake my unsteadiness, when a glint of color snagged my eye. There, caught on a briar at the edge of the clearing, fluttered a scrap of red fabric, faded and tattered as if torn from a shirt or jacket. My unease surged. This was no well-traveled trail. What poor lost soul had passed this way before me? I didn't linger to ponder, just hurried on, a new note of fear thrilling in my veins. The afternoon wore on. Shadows lengthened, edges blurring into gloom beneath the trees. I should have covered twice the distance I had, but the trail played tricks, seeming to twist and loop back on itself. The harder I tried to get my bearings, the more muddled they became. A creeping dread took root in my gut. I felt I was being herded, maneuvered like a rat in a maze by some unseen force. As dusk closed in, I had no choice but to make camp again. All through that long, dark night, I huddled by my feeble fire, shotgun across my knees, jumping at every snapping twig, every rustle of leaf. But I saw nothing. No tracks disturbed the dirt come morning. Just that same uncanny watchfulness, the sense of eyes upon me, patient and curious and full of hunger. On the third day, I woke haggard and hollow-eyed, dragging like my bones were made of lead. A dense fog crept along the ground, wreathing everything in ghostly tendrils. I forced down some cold rations, my appetite gone. The fog burned off as I hiked, but disorientation still dogged me. The sun wheeled haphazard in the sky, shadows stretching at crazy angles. At times the trees seemed to ripple and change when I wasn't looking directly at them, like reflections in a funhouse mirror. I laughed, but the sound emerged cracked and jittery. By afternoon I was thoroughly lost, my map and compass useless. The sense of being stalked, circled, only intensified. Sounds began to filter through the trees, almost subliminal at first. A scraping, shuffling tread just at the edge of hearing. Low whines and yips, sounding almost human, but jarringly off, like an animal imitating human cries. I whirled around, over and over, trying to pinpoint the source, but the noises always stayed maddeningly out of reach. Dusk seemed to fall too soon, the sky shading rapidly to indigo shot with bloody streaks of red. My breath came short and sharp. I made camp on a piney ridge, but found little comfort. Peculiar debris littered the site. A tube of lipstick, a single hiking boot splashed with some dark stain, the splintered remains of a camera. That night I didn't even pretend to sleep. I just fed the fire with shaking hands and stared wide-eyed into the treacherous dark. True night fell like a shroud over the forest. The spindly arms of trees clawed at the sky, blotting out the stars until only fragmented glimpses remained, cold and glittering and impossibly distant, as if the world had fallen away, leaving me suspended in some endless, eternal void. The night seemed to draw in close, smothering, full of dreadful promise. An awful hush blanketed everything, the kind of silence that feels like a held breath, poised on the knife's edge of a scream. Even the whisper of my own pulse felt too loud, an obscene interruption of that watchful quiet. Then it began. The noises drifting through that unnatural stillness. A rustling, circling all around the edges of my little fire-lit circle. Snuffling grunts, the soft snap of a twig. For a terrified instant I was certain I glimpsed a shape, tall and distorted, weaving between the trees. But when I focused on it, it was gone, melting into shadow. With mounting horror, I noticed strange depressions in the pine needle duff around my campsite, as if something heavy had settled there, watching me. My supplies lay strewn and rifled through, wrappers shredded by teeth or claws. And then, drifting from the darkness, a voice. A perfect imitation of a human voice, but grotesque, the inflection all wrong. It called my name, the syllables stretched out in a sort of mocking sing-song. "Ranger," it hissed. "Come out and play." Absolute mind-blanking terror turned my limbs to jelly. I cringed against a tree bole, shotgun clutched white-knuckled in my shaking grip. Every instinct screamed to run, to flee headlong into the night, but I knew with grim certainty that that was exactly what it wanted. So I sat there, rigid and quaking, all through that black eternity of night, while the voice whispered obscene promises from the darkness and mad laughter shivered on the wind. False dawn limned the horizon in a deathly gray pallor. The whispering voices faded with the night, but a dull dread sat like a stone in my belly. I knew I couldn't stay here. Something was out there in the woods, something that had marked me, desired me. My only chance was to run, to try to break free of this eldritch forest before madness took me. I abandoned all my gear save a handful of essentials. Anything to lighten my load, hasten my flight. Then I ran, a stumbling, graceless lope, sheer animal panic lending me speed. The bizarrely elongated shadows writhed across the path before me. My heart battered itself against my ribs. My head pounded with a high, thin whine of terror. Behind me, I could hear it, crashing through the bracken, not even trying for stealth anymore. The heavy thud of footfalls, the shuss of branches thrust aside. A rank animal musk flooded my nostrils. I dared one glance over my shoulder and glimpsed a nightmare mashup of forms, wolf and bear and stag, all fused together and horribly, hideously wrong. A slather of foam flew from its misshapen jaws. I ran until my lungs were bursting, until the forest blurred into a smear of greens and browns, and my pulse roared in my ears. But always it was there behind me, untiring, implacable. A flicker of movement to my left made me whip my head around. I barely processed the impression of a naked human form, grotesquely elongated, before it vanished between the trees. Dear God, there were more than one. The chase seemed to go on for hours. The thing would let me gain some distance, let me think I'd lost it, before crashing out of the undergrowth right on my heels once more. It was toying with me, I realized, with a surge of hopeless rage. This was all a game to it. The air burned like acid in my lungs, my pulse throbbed behind my eyeballs, and still I ran, a wounded animal lurching on instinct alone, awaiting the fatal strike. But it never came. Whatever these things were, they wanted me alive. The knowledge brought no comfort. At last, near delirious with exhaustion, I burst out of a cut-leaf tangle of thorns, bloody and clawed, to find myself in a clearing dominated by a decaying cabin. Weeping with relief, I sprinted those last few yards to the sagging porch and flung myself through the door, slamming the tottering slab of oak behind me. It wasn't much, but it was shelter, an eye in this storm of terror. I collapsed on the dusty floor, drawing huge, shuddering breaths. Outside, the night woke again in shrieks and howls. Clawed hands scrabbled at the walls, the door. Gleeful chitters and groans echoed from the darkness. They had me cornered now, a rat in a trap. With wooden fingers, I flipped the breech of my shotgun, feeding in 2 red shells. Then I sat with my back to the wall, gun laid across my knees, and waited. The hut was barely more than a single room, thick with cobwebs and the musty stink of rotted wood. Rusty implements hung from hooks on the walls, a coil of wire, an antique kerosene lantern dark with crusted oil, a carpenter's saw brown with old blood. What in God's name had happened here? Water-stained cardboard boxes mounted in the corners, spilling ragged clothes and mouse-chewed papers. It looked like someone had been staying here, camping out maybe. How long ago? Gingerly, I pushed aside a moult of moth-eaten plaid and fished out a tattered leather satchel. Inside was a brace of old love letters, girlishly looping handwriting spidered across yellowing pages, and a journal filled with an unhinged scrawl veering into incomprehensibility. Fragments leapt out at me in the guttering lantern light. They come at night, whispering my name. They know me, know my most secret heart. Caught a glimpse today. Impossible angles. The human form is just a shell they put on and take off. An intelligence older than mankind looks out from behind their eyes. Cold, inhuman. They are the forest. Gooseflesh prickled along my arms. Whatever stalked these woods, I wasn't the first it had tormented. Cold certainty settled in my gut. I would not be the last. Finally, tucked in the journal's back pocket, a sheaf of faded newspaper clippings. Search continues for missing hikers. Authorities baffled by strange disappearances in National Park. Native legends tell of creatures that walk like men. The words blurred and ran together as my hands shook. Dear God. How long had these things hunted here, preying on the lost, the unwary? I thought of that old tracker's words, his warding gesture against evil. The locals knew, they'd always known. But no one was coming for me. No last-minute rescue, no salvation. I was alone in this godforsaken hut, and outside the dog things prowled and slavered for my blood. I checked the loads in my shotgun again. 2 shells. That was all that stood between me and those nightmare jaws. All through that long night they huffed and growled outside the walls, clicking their teeth, giggling with insane glee. They screamed my name in the voices of loved ones, mimicking a child's terrified sobbing. I huddled in my corner, hands clasped over my ears, the gun trembling in my grip, praying for a dawn that crept with aching slowness over the horizon. The next evening, I crouched by a grease-spotted window, stomach hollow, head pounding, peering into the purple twilight. Shadows flowed between the trees, taking on awful forms at the corner of my vision, only to dissolve into darkness again when I tried to fix them with my gaze. They were out there, watching, waiting with that terrible, eternal patience. A grating scrape made me whip around, gun surging up to track on. Nothing. Just the window frame on the opposite wall. Except, I froze. The window gaped open, a jagged black mouth. Clawed gouges marred the sill, splinters pale against dark, rotting wood. Sweet Jesus. It had worked the window open, heaved its grotesque bulk through that narrow gap while my back was turned. It was inside with me. The shadows flexed, gathered, vomited forth a shape. My mind struggled to process the sheer wrongness before me. A grinning wolf mask of a face topping a lumpy, misshapen body that seemed to flow like heated wax. Then it unfurled and rose to its full, impossible height, all sinewy limbs and merging, splitting mouths that laughed and laughed and laughed. You let me in, Ranger, it said. A gloating, triumphant purr. You know the lore. You have to invite us, yes? And you did. You brought me right in. Ice water trickled down my spine. Some distant part of my brain screamed that I should shoot, squeeze that trigger, unload both barrels into the thing's filthy heart, but my limbs had turned to stone. I could only gape in mute, transfixed horror. It minced closer, shifting, changing, cycling through forms. Now a gaunt, deer-headed thing with cloven hooves, now a spindly, child-sized figure with mournful, glassy doll's eyes. With dawning nausea, I saw that it wore the clothes from the boxes. A moldering army jacket, a grease-slick ball cap, a thin floral print dress. Trophies from its former victims. What's the matter, boy? Don't you recognize your old dad? It hissed in my father's voice. I choked on a sob. It knew, dear God, it knew. It had pulled that secret longing, that unhealed wound from the depths of my mind. We can be anyone you want, sweetling, it sing-songed, a slender arm elongated, a writhing spear aimed for my heart. We can love you, make all the bad things go away. Every fiber of my being cried out to surrender to that crooning voice, to fall into that fatal embrace and let blessed madness take me. But deep in my hindbrain, some last spark of defiance flared to life. No, I croaked. You're not him. You're not any of them. I flung myself sideways as that spear-point arm lanced down. Fetid breath gusted hot against my cheek. Talons snagged in my shirt, shredding fabric, scoring skin. I crashed into the table, scrabbling for the gun. Clawed hands seized my shoulders, yanking me back. I twisted, bringing the shotgun up one-handed. The blast was thunderous in that confined space. The creature reeled back, a fist-sized hole blown in its chest. Black ichor splattered the walls. But still it came on, shark-toothed jaws gaping, hands hooked into claws. I fired again. Click, click. Fuck, the shells I'd forgotten. It lunged. I met it head-on, skull to skull. We crashed to the floor in a writhing tangle of thrashing limbs. Needle teeth snapped for my face. I bashed at it with the gun butt again and again, until the wood splintered and my hands ran slick with blood. At last it shuddered and lay still, a boneless sack of skin and reeking fur. I wrenched free of its slackening grip and crouched panting over the body. It twitched, shivered. Before my disbelieving eyes, cold mud sucked the carcass down into the earth, until nothing remained but a dark stain. A howl of purest fury split the night outside, rising and ebbing. I could picture them out there, shadows boiling in a frenzy. I'd killed one of their own, goaded them past all caution or restraint. When they came again, and they would come, it would be a red reckoning. I had to move now. I lunged for the door, nearly pitching headlong down the rotting steps. Then I was running, plunging heedless into the woods. Branches whipped my face, stones turned beneath my feet, pitching me sprawling. Behind me rose a swelling yammering, the buck and snap of powerful jaws. They were coming, and this time there would be no mercy. Time lost all meaning. I pelted through an endless nightmare of tangled thorns and clutching shadows, my pulse a war drum in my ears, my breath sobbing in my throat. The forest blurred into a smear of black. They were right behind me, toying with me. A cackling howl would shiver from the treetops, then cut off abruptly, leaving me whirling in circles. Baleful green eyes stared from the darkness, vanishing when I drew a bead on them. They could have taken me a dozen times over, dragged me down and shredded me with those black claws, but they wanted to draw this out. Savor my terror. At last I burst from the tree line onto the verge of a cliff, skidding on the loose gravel. Far below, an angry gray river frothed over jutting boulders. Trapped. I spun to face my pursuers, my back to that drop. They came flowing from the woods, more shapes than I could count, merging and splitting in a seething mass. Hulking bear things, spindly stickmen with glowing eyes, writhing tentacled obscenities. Their voices lifted in an atonal choir, a maddening gibber that clawed at the tattered edges of my sanity. "Nowhere left to run, meat," they crooned as one. "Now you join the dance. Now you belong to us." I backed up until my heels hung over empty space. Wind tugged at my hair. I looked down at the gun, the splintered ruin of the stock, the fouled, useless breech. Nothing more than a club now. But if I was going to die, I would die fighting. A strange calm descended over me then. I thought of the little I knew of the local tribes, their tales of spirit journeys and vision quests, of men who walked into the wilderness to pit themselves against the hungry ghosts that dwelled in its secret heart. Maybe that's all this had ever been. My trial, my test. I raised the gun like a war club, my lips peeling back from my teeth. "Come on then, you bastards, let's dance." They surged forward as one, a breaking wave of chitin and teeth and grasping claws. I screamed my defiance, lashing out with the gun butt. Bones crunched. Black blood sprayed. I felt iron jaws close on my calf, a white-hot flare of agony. Then the mass of them bore me backwards, over the edge. I seemed to hang suspended for an eternity, dust motes swirling in the dawn light, the baying of the pack dopplering away beneath me. Then I smashed down into the icy emerald embrace of the river, and the world went away for a while. I came back to myself on the grassy bank miles downstream, coughing up water, my lungs on fire. Everything hurt. My left leg was a mass of blood, the flesh shredded down to the bone. But I was alive. Impossibly, insanely, I had survived. In a daze, I limped off downriver, following the first faint light of a new day. It felt like waking from a fever dream, the events of the last few nights already taking on the unreal sheen of delirium. But I knew better. Those haunted woods and the dark things that ran beneath the moon were seared into my brain. I would never be free of them. Not really. They'd marked me, changed me on some intrinsic level. After a short eternity, I stumbled out onto a gravel Forest Service road. In the distance, I heard the low rumble of an engine. A truck rolled into view and drew up short, brakes squealing. A ranger in a green uniform leaned out the window, face gone slack with shock. I must have looked a fright, clothes hanging in tatters, body a mass of blood and bruises. I opened my mouth, but no words came. What was there to say? I spent 2 weeks in the hospital. The doctors marveled at my resilience, clucked over the mangled wreck of my leg. I told them a bear got me, a rogue attack, deep in the backcountry. They nodded, but I could see the questions in their eyes. I spun a good story, though, and stuck to it. No point trying to convince them of the truth. Eventually, inevitably, I went back. To those deep woods, that haunted land of mist and shadow. I walk with a limp now, and the nights are full of darksome dreams. Sometimes I think I hear that mocking laughter shivering on the wind. Sense those watchful eyes tracking me from the tree line. But I keep walking. Keep searching. You see, I know the secret now. Those things in the forest, they're everywhere. They've always been here. Wearing our skins, watching with our eyes. Waiting in the cracks at the edge of the firelight. And I won't rest until I find a way to stop them. To end this dance once and for all. Even if it takes me the rest of my life. Even if it drives me mad. I'll keep walking into the darkness until I run out of road. I've driven this route through Tennessee more times than I can count, but somehow, everything about it felt hostile that evening. My husband was dozing in the passenger seat, and that left me alone with the darkness outside, the rhythmic slap of wiper blades, and the never-ending twists in the road. Rain misted the windshield, and the fog gathered in dense patches that forced me to lean forward, straining my eyes to penetrate the murk ahead. The trip had started normally enough. We'd left our home in North Carolina around noon on Friday, April 17, 2024, planning to visit my family in Kentucky for the weekend. At 42, I was no stranger to long drives, especially this familiar route that connected our lives. The weather forecast had mentioned possible storms, but nothing severe enough to postpone our journey. By early evening, however, the conditions had deteriorated far beyond what meteorologists had predicted. Something about the night made my nerves feel raw and exposed. It wasn't just the weather, though that was challenging enough with winding lanes and slick pavement. It was a kind of heavy, oppressive quiet in the air. No other cars seemed willing to brave that stretch of road. Every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, I was half hoping to spot headlights, just so I'd know we weren't the only ones out there. But it was all emptiness behind me. Every few miles the fog would momentarily thin, and the headlights would reveal a glimpse of towering trees leaning in on either side, forming a tunnel of branches and dripping leaves. The occasional sign, wet and reflective, reminded me we were still on a state highway. Otherwise, I could have sworn we'd drifted off into some deserted back road with no clear end. The rhythmic static on the radio did little to settle my nerves. Each pop or hiss felt like a whisper suggesting something was lurking just beyond my field of vision. I tried not to wake my husband. He'd been exhausted from a week of overnight shifts at the hospital, and there was no sense in both of us suffering through that drive. Still, part of me wanted to give him a gentle nudge, say, "Hey, something about this place feels wrong." Just so I wouldn't feel so alone with my growing unease. But I kept quiet. Instead, I stayed glued to the road, breathing in shallow bursts every time I rounded another tight curve. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my fingers began to ache. The car's digital clock read 8:47 p.m., but the darkness outside suggested a much later hour. Normally, this section of highway would take roughly 40 minutes to traverse. Tonight, it felt eternal. Each mile marker appeared at glacial intervals, as if the distance between them had stretched impossibly. I focused on my breathing, trying to calm the inexplicable anxiety that had been building since sunset. The radio finally gave up its battle with the mountains, dissolving into pure static. I switched it off, leaving only the sound of rain and the steady thrum of tires on wet asphalt. The silence felt oddly heavy, as if the atmosphere itself had thickened around us. I rolled my shoulders, trying to release the tension that had accumulated there. Just an hour more, I whispered to myself, though I knew that estimate was optimistic given the weather conditions. Just get through this stretch, and things will improve. Around one particularly narrow bend, the trees were almost uncomfortably close to the road. My headlights only illuminated a few feet ahead, leaving everything else swallowed by impenetrable gloom. I slowed the car to a crawl, unwilling to risk a collision with wildlife or a fallen branch. Then off to the left, I saw movement in my peripheral vision. Maybe 20 feet away, something massive peeled away from the tree line. At first, my brain refused to register what I was seeing. It was as if an entire trunk had stepped free from the rest of the forest. A jolt of unease shot through me, and I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles whitened. My mind scrambled for a logical explanation. Maybe the fog was playing tricks with shadows. Maybe a snagged branch moved in the wind. But whatever it was appeared huge, taller than any living thing has a right to be, and it seemed to vanish back into the darkness in one smooth motion. One moment, there was this towering shape. The next, nothing. I wanted to slam on the brakes and get a better look, but I was afraid the car might skid on the wet asphalt. Besides, I couldn't risk stopping in such an isolated spot with no shoulder to pull onto and no visibility behind me. For a few seconds, I seriously questioned my own eyes. A detached part of me was yelling, "It was just the fog," while another part insisted I'd just witnessed something that didn't belong in any nature guide. My breath came quicker as I pressed the accelerator, motivated by a primal instinct that shouted, "Get away!" Each second dragged until the next clearing appeared, where I spotted a lonely, flickering motel sign in the distance. It seemed like a tiny beacon of safety, a reminder that civilization still existed. I exhaled shakily, thinking maybe I'd just let my imagination wander. The gloom could have twisted a perfectly ordinary tree trunk into something monstrous, right? Then the pang of doubt came roaring back. I'd seen it move. It didn't sway like branches in the wind. It slinked back the way a tall person might step behind a wall. Only this was the height of a 3-story building, maybe taller. No way was that normal. I thought about stopping at that motel, but it looked deserted. Just a handful of rooms with the lights off. It didn't feel any safer than the open road. So I kept going. My husband stirred in his seat, mumbled something about the rain, and drifted back to half sleep. I envied him for a second. I'd give anything not to be so keyed up right now. We pressed on, the road curving again under a canopy of dripping leaves. My eyes kept darting to the side, expecting another glimpse of that shape. Each time the wind rustled the branches, my pulse picked up. But the trees refused to reveal any more secrets. I was tempted to rifle through the radio channels again, just for some human voices. But I realized my hands were shaking too much, and I didn't want to lose focus on the wheel. The digital clock on the dashboard moved with excruciating slowness. 9:15 p.m., then 9:22. The minutes crawled by as if time itself had grown viscous in the dense fog. My eyes burned from the strain of staring into the murk, searching for dangers that might materialize at any moment. Eventually, we came upon a slightly wider stretch, and there was a rundown diner with all its lights off. It was just as desolate as the motel, but the parking lot offered a place to pull over. I did briefly, to calm my nerves. My husband blinked awake, asked if everything was all right. "Just needed a moment," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The visibility is terrible." He nodded groggily, rubbing his eyes. "Want me to drive for a bit?" I wanted to tell him everything. About the strange, towering figure I'd glimpsed. About the irrational fear that had lodged itself in my chest. But the words refused to come. How could I explain what I'd seen, when I barely understood it myself? I just stared at the dripping overhang above the diner's door, half expecting that giant figure to emerge from behind the building. "No, I'm fine," I finally answered. Just needed to rest my eyes for a minute. We didn't stay long. Soon, I was back on the road, forcing myself to concentrate on the dark pavement ahead. I glanced at the clock and realized how little distance we'd covered in what felt like an eternity. Every minute felt stretched and distorted, as if time was slowed down by the anxiety gnawing at me. As the highway wound deeper into darkness, I kept looking into the mirror, certain I'd catch a glimpse of that towering shape following us, only to see fog and empty road. In the passenger seat, my husband stirred again, concerned by my quiet tension, but I just told him I was fine. No point in scaring him until I had my own mind sorted out. The rain intensified, falling in heavy sheets that reduced visibility to mere feet. I could barely make out the white line at the edge of the road. The windshield wipers struggled to keep up, sweeping frantically across the glass only to have their work immediately undone by the deluge. "Maybe we should find somewhere to stop until this passes," my husband suggested, now fully awake and witnessing the severity of the conditions. I shook my head. There's nowhere to stop out here. The truth was, I couldn't bear the thought of being stationary in these woods, not after what I'd seen. Movement, even slow and treacherous movement, felt safer than sitting still. The road narrowed again, hemmed in by steep embankments on both sides. Towering pines loomed overhead, their needles forming a canopy that seemed to trap us in a tunnel of darkness. I felt increasingly claustrophobic, as if the forest itself was closing in around us. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene for a split second, revealing the full extent of our isolation. In that brief moment, I saw nothing but wilderness stretching in all directions. No houses, no other vehicles, just an endless sea of trees swaying in the wind. The subsequent thunder shook the car, reverberating through my already frayed nerves. I tried to focus on practical matters, maintaining a safe speed, keeping the car centered in the lane, watching for fallen branches or flooding. But my mind kept circling back to that impossible silhouette I'd glimpsed earlier. What if it wasn't a trick of light and shadow? What if something truly abnormal was out there in the woods? The rational part of my brain rejected this immediately. There are no monsters, no giants hiding in American forests. Yet the image remained stubbornly fixed in my memory. Too tall, too deliberate in its movement to be easily dismissed. Another lightning flash. Another glimpse of the surrounding forest. This time, I thought I saw something in the tree line to our right. A disturbance in the natural pattern. A vertical shape where horizontal branches should be. But the darkness returned too quickly for me to be certain. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice tight. My husband peered into the blackness. "See what?" "I don't know. Something by those trees." He squinted, trying to follow my gaze, but the darkness had swallowed whatever I thought I'd seen. "Probably just a tree trunk," he said reassuringly. "The lightning makes everything look strange." I nodded, not wanting to alarm him further, but I knew what I'd seen hadn't been just another tree. It had moved. Or at least, it seemed to have moved in that fractional second of illumination. Soon enough, the road straightened somewhat, and the forest retreated into the background. The uneasy weight on my chest eased slightly, though it never vanished completely. I spent the remaining miles mentally replaying what I'd seen back there, my thoughts racing. Had I really seen something move? Was it just a trick of shadows? But each time I recalled how it had vanished, I shuddered. The memory refused to feel like a simple illusion. We finally passed a sign announcing we were close to the state line. I breathed a cautious sigh of relief. Maybe once we made it into Kentucky, the night would lose its menace, and I could chalk the whole thing up to a creepy roadside hallucination. But something in my gut insisted the memory would linger long after the fog lifted. And as we drove on, I stole one last glance behind us, half convinced that shape was still out there, concealed in the dark, watching me leave. I pulled into the truck stop around midnight. Drawn to its flickering neon sign like a castaway spotting land, fat droplets of rain tapped against the roof as I parked beneath a weak street lamp. Even in that dim light, the place looked worn down. Faded paint, old vending machines humming in the corner, and a few greasy puddles on the asphalt reflected the harsh fluorescent lighting. I sat in the driver's seat for a moment, just letting the engine idle. My husband, now fully awake, looked over at me with worry, no doubt sensing the tension radiating off me. I still hadn't told him about what I witnessed earlier, and part of me didn't know how. It sounded insane, even in my own head. "We should stretch our legs," he said finally, breaking the silence. And maybe grab some coffee. We've still got a couple hours to go. Despite my reluctance to leave the relative safety of the car, we climbed out. We needed a break from that winding road. The air smelled like diesel and damp concrete. The light above the pumps flickered and buzzed every few seconds, making shadows shrink and grow across the parking lot. That steady pulse kept me on edge. I couldn't stop imagining that giant shape from earlier lurking just beyond the glow. Inside the cramped convenience store, I grabbed a coffee while my husband wandered off to stretch his legs. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a harsh glow that made everyone look sickly and worn. A lone cashier stood behind the counter, staring blankly at a small television playing an old sitcom rerun. 2 truck drivers sat at a small table in the corner, speaking in hushed tones over styrofoam cups of coffee. I opened a search on my phone, half embarrassed to type keywords like massive tree creature, Tennessee cryptid, anything that might explain what I'd seen. Nothing relevant popped up. Just a scattering of myths and rumors about odd shapes in the woods. Local ghost stories or sightings that never went anywhere. The lack of answers made me feel more alone than ever. I approached the cashier, a weathered woman in her 60s with dark circles under her eyes. "Nasty night out there," I ventured. She nodded without enthusiasm. "Been like this for 3 days now." "We just came through the mountain pass," I said, trying to sound casual. "Barely saw another soul on the road." Not surprised. Locals know better than to drive that stretch in weather like this. Something about her tone made me pause. "What do you mean by that?" She shrugged, eyes darting briefly to the window before returning to me. "Just not safe with the visibility so poor. Those curves can be treacherous." There was something she wasn't saying. I was certain of it. I leaned in slightly. "I thought I saw something strange back there, in the woods." Her expression didn't change, but I noticed her fingers tighten around the pen she was holding. "Lots of wildlife in those parts," she said dismissively. "This wasn't wildlife," I insisted. "It was tall, really tall, like I said," she cut me off. "Bad weather plays tricks on the eyes. You want anything else with that coffee?" We stepped back out into the damp night, and my husband started filling the tank. The single attendant on duty, an older man, approached with a polite nod. When I blurted something about the road being eerily empty, he just shrugged. His eyes flicked toward the dark highway like he knew more than he was letting on. "We get travelers coming through," he muttered. "Some swear they see things this time of year." Then he clammed up, almost like he regretted saying anything at all. I wanted to press him for details, but I couldn't shake the sense that he just shut down. My husband looked at me with concern, probably wondering why I was so rattled. I offered a tight smile, hoping he'd chalk it up to exhaustion. Truth was, my mind was spinning with thoughts of that impossible sight. The longer we stood there, the more I felt the darkness pressing in on all sides, as if something huge and watchful hovered right outside the circle of light. The attendant finished wiping our windshield, his movements quick and nervous. "Best get where you're going before the next storm hits," he advised, glancing at the sky. "They're saying it'll be worse than this one." "How far to the Kentucky border?" my husband asked. "About 40 miles, the man replied. "But it'll feel longer tonight." He gave me an odd look, as if he could sense my unease. "Drive safe. Don't stop for anything." The emphasis he placed on those last words sent a chill through me. Before I could question him further, he turned and hurried back to his small booth, hunching against the rain. "What was that about?" my husband asked as we climbed back into the car. I shook my head. "I don't know, but I don't like it." We got back into the car and pulled away from the truck stop, leaving that wavering neon sign in the rear view. The fog welcomed us again, thicker than before, swallowing the road so thoroughly I had to keep the speed way down. The headlights carved out a weak tunnel of visibility, and every shape beyond that felt ominous, like it might flicker to life at any second. Not 20 minutes later, the highway curved sharply through another stretch of dense forest. My husband finally spoke up, asking why I seemed so paranoid. "You've been white-knuckling the steering wheel for the past hour," he said, "and you keep looking in the mirrors like you think someone's following us." I was about to give him a half-truth, blame it on the weather, the poor visibility, the treacherous road conditions, when a tall, warped silhouette emerged by the edge of the tree line. It vanished almost immediately, but I caught a glimpse of something that didn't fit any known animal. Long, sinewy limb-like shapes, rustling the branches as if brushing them aside. My husband glanced out his window, alerted by my sudden intake of breath, but whatever it was had melted into the shadows. I was left gripping the wheel, pulse hammering in my ears, replaying the moment. It had moved again, just like before, a silent, calculated shift deeper into the woods. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, not caring about the slick road anymore. All I wanted was distance between us and whatever lurked in those trees. "Whoa, slow down," my husband urged, bracing himself against the dashboard. "What's going on with you?" He started to ask what I saw. I stumbled through words like, "something really big," might have been a tree. But they sounded ludicrous, even to me. He didn't seem convinced, though he caught on to my panic and urged me to slow down, worried I'd lose control of the car. Instead, I kept pushing forward, wanting to leave that region behind as fast as possible. "There's something out there," I finally admitted, my voice barely audible over the engine's roar. "I saw it twice now. Something wrong." "What do you mean, wrong?" His tone was gentle but concerned, as if he was dealing with someone on the verge of hysteria. Maybe I was. "It's enormous," I said, struggling to find words that wouldn't sound completely deranged. "Shaped almost like a person, but impossibly tall, moving through the trees like it's searching for something." He stared at me for a long moment. "You think you saw a person in the forest? In this weather?" "Not a person," I insisted. "Something else. Something that shouldn't exist." A flash of lightning illuminated the forest again, and for a split second I thought I saw it. A vertical shape moving parallel to the road, keeping pace with our car despite the distance and difficult terrain. But the darkness returned too quickly for me to be certain. "There," I gasped, pointing frantically. "Did you see it?" My husband peered into the gloom, seeing nothing but trees and fog. "I think you're overtired," he said gently. "Your eyes are playing tricks on you." "I know what I saw," I insisted, though doubt was beginning to creep in. Was I losing my mind? Hallucinating from stress and fatigue? The rational part of my brain suggested these were more likely explanations than some unknown giant stalking us through the Tennessee wilderness. But then I remembered the truck stop attendant's warning. "Don't stop for anything." He knew something. They all did. The cashier, the truckers whispering in the corner. This wasn't the first time something had been seen in these woods. A couple more miles bled into the night, and finally, the Welcome to Kentucky sign shone faintly through the haze. Relief trickled in, though it never fully chased away the dread lodged in my gut. Lights became more common. Small roadside houses, the occasional gas station, traces of normal life creeping back in. Still, I couldn't forget the way that shape had loomed at the tree line. My eyes flicked to the side mirror now and then, almost expecting to see an impossibly tall figure keeping pace in the distance. Even as we left Tennessee behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed, that whatever I'd glimpsed had taken note of us, had perhaps even been drawn to our presence. "We're almost there," my husband said soothingly, mistaking my continued anxiety for simple exhaustion. "Another hour at most." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. How could I explain that crossing the state line hadn't reassured me? That I still felt watched, marked in some way by whatever prowled those foggy woods? We arrived at my family's place right on the edge of dawn. Porch lamps illuminated a gravel driveway, and a sense of familiarity tried to comfort me. But as I stepped out onto the soggy ground, every rustle of leaves behind the house made me twitch. My relatives came out to greet us, calling out how they'd worried we'd get stuck in the storm. I forced a smile, pretending the only issue was the weather. Deep down, I was still replaying that moment of the second sighting on the road, feeling that it had looked right back at me, fully aware. The thought made my skin crawl. My mother embraced me, then held me at arm's length, her brow furrowing with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, trying to make it sound like a joke but not quite succeeding. "Was the drive that bad?" "Just tired," I managed, attempting a smile that felt brittle on my face. The fog was brutal. Inside, I slumped into a chair, trying to shake off the unease. My husband hovered close, sensing I wasn't just tired. The warmth of the room, the smell of coffee, and the soft chatter of my family were comforting. Yet a knot of tension clung to me. Each time a branch tapped against the window, I thought about what might be out there, looming in the dark, waiting. My father, a practical man who'd spent 40 years working in the logging industry, noticed my jumpiness. "You all right, kid?" he asked, using the nickname he'd given me when I was 8. "You look strung tight as a bow." For a moment I considered telling him everything, about the towering figure I'd seen, about the strange behavior of the people at the truck stop, about the inexplicable feeling of being watched that still hadn't left me. But what would be the point? He'd either think I was hallucinating from exhaustion or making up stories to explain away simple road anxiety. "Just need some rest," I said instead. "It was a long drive." He nodded, seemingly satisfied with this explanation, though I caught him exchanging a concerned glance with my husband when he thought I wasn't looking. My sister arrived later that morning with her 2 children. The house filled with noise and activity, providing a welcome distraction from my dark thoughts. I threw myself into family activities, helping prepare lunch, playing board games with the kids, catching up on family gossip. Anything to keep my mind from drifting back to those moments on the foggy highway. But as the day wore on, I found myself repeatedly drawn to the windows, staring out at the tree line that bordered my parents' property. The weather remained dismal, with low clouds and intermittent rain shrouding the distant hills. Perfect conditions, I thought grimly, for something to hide. "You keep looking outside," my husband observed quietly, coming to stand beside me as I gazed out at the dripping trees. "What are you expecting to see?" I shook my head, unwilling to voice my irrational fears. "Nothing. Just checking if the weather's clearing up." He placed a hand on my shoulder, his touch gentle but insistent. "Talk to me," he urged. "Something happened on that drive. Something that scared you." I turned to face him, struggling with how to begin. How do you explain seeing something that shouldn't exist? Something that defies categorization and rational thought? "I saw something in the forest," I finally admitted, keeping my voice low to avoid being overheard by the rest of the family. "Twice. It was huge. Taller than any human could possibly be, moving through the trees like it was hunting." Instead of dismissing me outright, he studied my face with a mixture of concern and confusion. "You're serious," he said. "It wasn't a question." "I know how it sounds," I replied. "But I know what I saw, and I think the locals know about it too. The people at that truck stop. They were acting strange, like they were afraid to talk about something." The rest of the day passed in a blur of half-hearted conversation and restless pacing. Nobody else knew about the haunting images stuck in my mind. That night, when everyone turned in, I sat by the window, peeking out at the rows of trees behind my family's home. A small hope flickered that morning light might erase the fear. But something told me that what I'd encountered wasn't the kind of thing you just leave behind. It stayed with you, like a secret only you and it understood. The following morning, after a night of fitful sleep, punctuated by nightmares of being pursued through endless forests, I made an excuse to borrow my father's old desktop computer. While the family busied themselves with breakfast preparations, I sequestered myself in his cluttered home office and began searching in earnest. I started with local legends and folklore, tales of strange sightings in the Tennessee mountains. Most results led to typical cryptid stories: Bigfoot sightings, phantom panthers, the occasional ghost story tied to Civil War battlefields or native burial grounds. Nothing that matched what I'd seen. Expanding my search, I looked for reports of unusually tall figures seen in forests throughout the southeastern United States. This yielded more promising results: scattered accounts from hikers, campers, and drivers describing abnormally tall, thin shapes observed at forest edges or through breaks in the trees. Many accounts mentioned heights of 10 to 15 feet, consistent with what I'd glimpsed. One forum thread caught my attention. Titled "The Watchers in the Wood," it contained dozens of testimonials from people who claimed to have seen similar entities throughout the Appalachian region. The descriptions varied somewhat, but certain details remained consistent: extreme height, deliberate movement, and a tendency to observe rather than engage. A post from someone using the username Mountain Driver particularly resonated. Saw it 3 times now on the TNKY border routes. Always in bad weather, always at night. Keeps pace with vehicles somehow. Don't think it's hostile. More like it's studying us. Local rangers know about it but won't talk. Been happening for decades, according to my grandfather. I scrolled through more accounts, my heart racing as I recognized elements of my own experience reflected in these strangers' words. One person described how the creature seemed to step between trees like they weren't even there. Another mentioned the feeling of being analyzed, like a specimen under glass. Moving beyond amateur forums, I searched academic databases for anthropological studies of regional folklore. This led me to a paper by Dr. Amelia Winters, an ethnographer who had documented unusual folk beliefs throughout Appalachia. Buried in her work was a brief reference to what locals called the tall men, entities believed to inhabit the deepest parts of the forest, emerging only during storms or periods of heavy fog. According to Winters, these beliefs predated European settlement, with similar entities appearing in Cherokee oral traditions. The native peoples reportedly left offerings at certain trees to appease these watchers and ensure safe passage through their territories. My research was interrupted by my husband, who entered the office with a concerned expression. "Your mom sent me to find you," he said. "Breakfast is getting cold." I minimized the browser window hastily. "Sorry, lost track of time." He studied me for a moment. "More research about what you saw?" I nodded, not bothering to deny it. "There are others, you know. Other people who've seen the same thing. Dozens of them, all through these mountains." He sat on the edge of the desk, his expression troubled. "I believe that you saw something," he said carefully. "I'm just not sure what to make of it." "I'm not either," I admitted, "but I need to understand it. I need to know what's out there." "Just..." He hesitated. "Be careful, okay? Don't get obsessed with this. Sometimes it's better not to know everything." His words stayed with me as I rejoined the family, going through the motions of normal interaction while my mind remained fixated on what I'd discovered. The idea that these entities, whatever they were, had been observed for generations somehow made my experience both more credible and more unsettling. After breakfast, I excused myself for a walk, needing fresh air and solitude to process my thoughts. The rain had finally stopped, though the sky remained overcast and threatening. I followed a path that led from my parents' backyard into the surrounding woods, aware of the irony in seeking answers in an environment so similar to where my ordeal had begun. The forest was quiet, with only the occasional drip of water from saturated leaves breaking the silence. I moved slowly, hyper-aware of my surroundings, scanning the trees for any sign of unusual movement or shapes that didn't belong. About a quarter mile from the house, I came across an ancient oak, its massive trunk split down the middle as if struck by lightning decades ago. Something about it stopped me in my tracks. Hanging from one of the lower branches was a small cloth pouch, weathered and faded, but clearly placed there deliberately. I approached cautiously, remembering Dr. Winter's mention of offerings left at certain trees. The pouch was tied with twine and appeared to contain small objects. I could feel them shift as I gently prodded the fabric. Without opening it, I carefully returned it to its position on the branch. Standing there beneath the towering oak, I felt a prickling sensation at the back of my neck. The unmistakable feeling of being watched. I turned slowly, scanning the surrounding forest, but saw nothing unusual. Just trees and underbrush, and the occasional bird flitting between branches. And yet the feeling persisted. Something was observing me. I was certain of it. Whether it was the same entity I'd glimpsed on the highway or some other forest presence, I couldn't say. But in that moment, I understood on a visceral level why humans have always approached wilderness with a mixture of awe and fear. The forest isn't empty. It never has been. We're just usually too loud, too distracted, too removed from our primal instincts to notice what watches us from the shadows. The rest of our visit passed without incident, though I remained on edge, constantly scanning the tree line for unusual shapes or movement. My husband tried to distract me with family activities and reminiscences, but he could tell my mind was elsewhere. On our final night, as we packed for the return journey the following morning, he finally confronted me about it. "You're still thinking about what you saw," he said. "Not an accusation, just a statement of fact." "I can't help it," I replied, folding a sweater with mechanical precision. "It's like, once you see something like that, you can't unsee it. Can't unfeel what it did to you." He sat beside me on the bed, his expression troubled. "What exactly do you think it was?" I paused, considering the question seriously. After days of research and reflection, I still had no definitive answer. "I don't know," I admitted. "Something that's been here longer than us, maybe. Something that watches from the edges of our world, but rarely intersects with it." "That sounds like fantasy," he said gently. "Maybe," I conceded. "But there are too many accounts spanning too many years for all of it to be mass hallucination or misidentification. Something is out there, something real, even if we don't have a proper framework to understand it." That night I dreamed of forests, endless expanses of ancient trees stretching in all directions. I was moving through them, not walking but gliding, seeing the world from an impossible height. Animals scattered at my approach, sensing something other than human. In the dream, I understood what it was to be ancient and patient, to observe the brief, frantic lives of humans with detached curiosity. I woke before dawn, the dream still vivid in my mind. Rain pattered against the window, a gentle reminder that our journey home would likely face the same challenging conditions as our arrival. Strangely, the thought didn't fill me with the same dread it might have days earlier. We set out after an early breakfast. My family's concerns about the weather met with reassurances that we'd be careful. The fog hung low over the landscape as we pulled away from the house, reducing the familiar surroundings to ghostly outlines. My husband took the first driving shift, allowing me to stare out at the passing scenery, lost in thought. As we approached the Tennessee border, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. A return of that strange electric tension I'd experienced days earlier. The forests seemed denser here, older somehow, the trees pressing closer to the road as if reaching for the passing cars. "We can take a different route," my husband offered, noticing my increased vigilance. "Add a couple hours but avoid the mountain pass." I considered it briefly before shaking my head. "No, I need to go back the same way. I need to, I don't know, face it, I guess." He nodded, understanding, without fully understanding. As we crossed into Tennessee, the rain intensified, sheets of water cascading over the windshield faster than the wipers could clear it. The road wound upward into the mountains, visibility reduced to mere yards ahead. "I'll take over," I said, when we stopped for gas at a small station just off the highway. My husband seemed relieved, perhaps sensing that this was something I needed to do. Back behind the wheel, I felt an odd calm settle over me as we approached the stretch of road where I'd had my first sighting. The forest loomed dark and impenetrable on either side, but the panic that had gripped me before was absent. In its place was a strange sort of acceptance, not of danger, but of mystery. The fog parted briefly as we rounded a familiar curve, revealing the same dense stand of trees where I'd first glimpsed the towering figure. I slowed slightly, eyes scanning the tree line with deliberate care. For several long moments there was nothing but stillness and silence. Then, at the very edge of the forest, a movement caught my eye. Not frantic or threatening, but slow and purposeful. A vertical shape, impossibly tall, partially obscured by branches, but unmistakably present. It stood motionless, as if acknowledging my return, before receding back into the depths of the woods with that same fluid grace I remembered. My husband, focused on adjusting the heating, missed it entirely. I didn't alert him. This moment felt personal somehow. A silent communication between myself and whatever ancient presence inhabited these mountains. "Everything okay?" he asked, noticing my changed expression. "Yes," I said, surprised to find I meant it. "Everything's fine." As we continued our journey, the forest watching silently as we passed, I realized that some fears don't disappear, they transform. What had terrified me days earlier now filled me with a complex mixture of awe and humility. The world is vaster and stranger than we allow ourselves to believe, with mysteries that persist despite our best efforts to categorize and explain. I may never understand exactly what dwells in those foggy Tennessee woods. Perhaps it's better that way. Some things are meant to be glimpsed rather than known, brief intersections with the inexplicable that remind us how narrow our perspective truly is. The highway stretched before us, leading back to the familiar comforts of home and routine. But I knew I would carry this experience with me, this brushing against something ancient and other. And on future drives through similar landscapes, I would find myself watching the spaces between trees with new awareness, half afraid and half hoping to catch another glimpse of what watches us from the edges of our world. The understanding I'd reached wasn't about answers, but about questions, about being comfortable with not knowing, with accepting that some mysteries resist resolution. And somehow that felt like enough. The first rule of backcountry hiking is to tell someone where you're going. I broke that rule in September 2023, when I decided on a whim to tackle the lesser-known northern trail of Cascade Ridge. My 32-year-old self was desperate for solitude after a brutal year at work. No cell reception, no emails, just me and miles of ancient forest. The ranger station was closed when I arrived. Budget cuts had reduced hours to weekends only. I scribbled my intended route on the sign-in sheet and dropped it through the mail slot, but later learned it had slipped behind a cabinet. For all practical purposes, I had vanished into 127,000 acres of wilderness without a trace. The first day passed uneventfully. I hiked 8 miles through dense pine forest, setting up camp near a small stream just as daylight began to fade. The isolation was immediate and complete. That particular sensation of being utterly alone that's both liberating and unsettling. As darkness fell, I built a small fire and heated my dehydrated meal. That's when I first noticed something odd. The forest had gone silent. Anyone who spent time in the wilderness knows the typical progression of sounds. The daytime birds give way to nocturnal creatures, insects hum, small animals rustle. But around me was complete silence, as if everything living had collectively decided to hold its breath. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a predator nearby. a mountain lion or bear that would soon move on. I extinguished my fire and climbed into my tent, double-checking the zipper before settling into my sleeping bag. At 2:17 a.m., I woke to a sound I still struggle to describe. It was like someone, or something, dragging a heavy object through the underbrush, circling my campsite. My headlamp revealed nothing through the tent walls. I reached for my hunting knife, holding it against my chest as I listened. The movement continued for approximately 20 minutes before retreating deeper into the forest. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay awake until dawn, knife in hand, ears straining. Morning light revealed no tracks, no signs of disturbance around my camp. I considered turning back, but convinced myself I was overreacting. Instead, I packed up and continued deeper into the wilderness, aiming for Summit Lake, still 2 days of hiking away. The trail grew less defined as I climbed higher. By midday, I reached a rocky outcrop that offered a panoramic view of the valley below. I took photographs, ate lunch, and studied my topographical map. That's when I noticed a figure standing among the trees about half a mile downslope from my position. Even at that distance, something seemed wrong about its proportions. Too tall, too thin, standing unnaturally still. I raised my binoculars for a better look, but the figure was gone. Just trees swaying gently in the breeze. I continued hiking with a growing sense of unease. The trail grew steeper, requiring my full attention as I navigated loose rocks and exposed roots. By late afternoon, dark clouds had gathered overhead, and the temperature dropped sharply. I needed to find shelter before the impending storm hit. I located a relatively flat area beneath a rock overhang that would provide some protection and hurriedly set up camp. The first drops of rain began to fall as I secured my tent. Within minutes, it had become a downpour. Inside my tent, I changed into dry clothes and prepared a cold dinner, unwilling to venture out to set up my stove. The rain drummed against the tent fabric as daylight faded prematurely under the storm clouds. That's when I heard it again. The dragging sound from the previous night, barely audible over the rainfall. But this time it was closer, much closer. Through the rain-distorted walls of my tent, I could make out a silhouette moving slowly around my campsite. The proportions were all wrong, impossibly tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. I held my breath, hoping whatever it was would move on. Instead, it stopped directly in front of my tent. For what felt like hours, I remained frozen in place, staring at the shadow through the thin fabric barrier. It made no sound, no movement. Just stood there, as if waiting. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I fell into a fitful sleep. When I awoke the next morning, the rain had stopped. I unzipped my tent with trembling hands, half expecting to find something waiting outside. There was nothing. But in the mud around my tent were tracks unlike any I'd seen before, deep impressions that resembled human footprints but were too narrow, too long, with what appeared to be only 4 toes. I told myself they were distorted by the rain, that they belonged to a bear or some other known predator. I told myself many things as I broke camp in record time, my hands shaking so badly I could barely roll my sleeping bag. I abandoned my plan to reach Summit Lake. Instead, I would take the fastest route back to civilization. According to my map, there was a ranger outpost approximately 15 miles east. If I pushed hard, I could reach it by nightfall. As I shouldered my pack and prepared to leave, I noticed something that stopped me cold. Hanging from a branch at the edge of my campsite was a small bundle of twigs and pine needles, bound together with what looked like human hair. I didn't touch the strange bundle. Some primal instinct warned against it. Instead, I photographed it, then hurried away from my campsite, repeatedly checking my map and compass. The storm had disoriented me, and the trail had all but disappeared under a carpet of fallen leaves and debris. By midday, the forest had changed character. The trees stood further apart here, allowing shafts of sunlight to penetrate to the forest floor. Ordinarily, this would have been a welcome change from the dense canopy, but now each pool of light felt like an exposure, a vulnerability. I stopped briefly to refill my water bottles at a small stream, using my filter pump to purify the water. As I worked, I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. I turned quickly, scanning the trees, but saw nothing unusual. Still, the sensation of being watched grew stronger. I finished filling my bottles and continued east, walking faster now, occasionally breaking into a jog where the terrain allowed. Around 3 in the afternoon, I found myself at an unfamiliar junction. My map showed no diverging trails in this area. Both paths looked equally used, or equally unused. After a moment's hesitation, I chose the right fork, marking a nearby tree with a small piece of surveyor's tape from my pack. An hour later, I emerged from a dense thicket to find myself facing the same junction, approaching from a different direction. My piece of tape fluttered on the same tree. Somehow, I had walked in a circle. This was impossible. I had maintained a consistent eastward heading, checking my compass regularly. Yet here I was, back where I started. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I forced myself to sit down, drink some water, and think rationally. Maps can be wrong. Compasses can malfunction near certain mineral deposits. There were logical explanations. I chose the left fork this time, moving quickly, constantly checking my compass. The needle swung wildly, settling briefly in one direction before spinning to another. Electronic interference, I told myself. Or a strange magnetic anomaly in the rocks. Not something tracking me, hurting me. The sun was now low on the horizon. I would have to make camp soon. The prospect filled me with dread. As I searched for a suitable site, I came across something that made my heart race. A small bundle of twigs and pine needles, identical to the one I'd found that morning, hanging from a branch directly in my path. I looked around frantically. There were more, dozens of them, hanging from trees in every direction, forming a rough circle around a small clearing. I backed away slowly, then turned and ran, no longer caring about direction, concerned only with putting distance between myself and that circle of strange totems. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to buckle, finally stopping to catch my breath against a large boulder. Night was falling rapidly. I couldn't risk continuing in darkness. Despite my fear, I had to make camp. I found a small depression between the roots of a massive pine tree, offering some concealment. I set up my tent with shaking hands, not bothering with the rainfly, wanting to be able to see in all directions. I placed my hunting knife and a heavy flashlight beside my sleeping bag. I didn't build a fire. I didn't want to announce my presence any more than necessary. As full darkness descended, the forest came alive with sound, but not the natural symphony of the previous night. These were deliberate sounds, wood knocking against wood, a rhythmic pattern that seemed to circle my position. Occasionally, something that sounded almost like speech, but distorted, as if coming from a throat not meant for human language. I huddled in my tent, knife in hand, listening as the sounds gradually drew closer. My headlamp revealed nothing beyond the thin nylon walls, but I could sense movement outside, something circling, testing, probing. At some point during that endless night, I heard what sounded like scratching on the outside of my tent. Gentle at first, then more insistent. I held perfectly still, barely breathing. A shadow fell across the tent wall, elongated, misshapen. I watched, paralyzed, as what appeared to be a hand pressed against the fabric. The fingers were too long, too numerous, splaying out like spider legs. Then a voice, so close it could have been inside the tent with me. "Come out," it whispered, in a perfect imitation of my own voice. "It's safe now." I bit down on my fist to keep from screaming. The hand remained pressed against the tent for what seemed like hours before slowly withdrawing. Dawn found me still awake, knife clutched so tightly my fingers had cramped. I waited until full daylight before cautiously unzipping the tent. The area around my campsite was undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of anything having approached during the night. But hanging from a branch directly above my tent was another bundle, larger this time, containing what looked like scraps of fabric that matched my hiking shirt. I packed up and left without eating, moving as quietly as possible, constantly scanning my surroundings. The ranger outpost had to be close. I just needed to maintain my bearing and keep moving. Around midday, I emerged from the trees into a small meadow. On the far side stood a dilapidated cabin with a metal roof. The ranger outpost, abandoned but still standing. I approached cautiously, circling the structure before approaching the door. It opened with a creak of rusted hinges. Inside was a single room, dusty and cobwebbed, but gloriously, wonderfully human. A metal desk, a broken chair, topographical maps pinned to the walls, signs of civilization, of safety. I barricaded the door with the desk and collapsed onto the floor, finally allowing exhaustion to claim me. My last conscious thought was that I would rest for a few hours, then continue east toward the main road. I woke to darkness and the sound of something heavy moving across the cabin's metal roof. The scratching overhead continued, methodical and deliberate, like something testing the structure for weaknesses. I remained motionless on the floor, barely breathing, as dirt and rust particles dislodged from the ceiling with each movement. The cabin had a single window, covered with years of grime but still intact. Through it, I could see that night had fallen completely. I had slept longer than intended, and now I was trapped. I took inventory of my surroundings using the dim light of my headlamp set to its lowest setting. Besides the desk and broken chair, the cabin contained a rusted wood stove, empty shelves, and a stack of moldering logbooks. No weapons, no radio, nothing immediately useful. The movement on the roof stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, I heard something new. A slow, deliberate breathing just outside the cabin wall, near where I sat. It was followed by a soft scrabbling sound, like claws or fingernails dragging across the wooden exterior. Then came a voice, just inches from my head, separated only by the cabin's wall. "We know you're in there," it whispered, again in a perfect imitation of my own voice. "We've been waiting for someone like you." I scrambled away from the wall, heart pounding so loudly I was certain whatever was outside could hear it. I fumbled in my pack for my hunting knife, clutching it in a white-knuckled grip. There was a long silence, then something began to tap rhythmically on the cabin's door. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Like a macabre knock requesting entry. "Who's there?" I finally called out, my voice cracking. "What do you want?" The tapping stopped immediately. Another long silence followed, during which I could hear only my own ragged breathing. Then, a different voice responded. Not my own this time, but one that sounded ancient, the words formed with obvious difficulty. "We want to wear you." A hysterical laugh escaped me before I could stop it. This couldn't be happening. I was hallucinating from stress and sleep deprivation. Or perhaps I'd eaten something toxic, some mushroom or plant that had contaminated my water. But deep down, I knew this was real. The Native Americans of this region had spoken of such creatures for centuries, beings that could mimic human voices, that hunted alone in the deep forests, that sought to take not just the lives of their victims but their very identities. Skinwalkers. The term surfaced from some half-remembered documentary or article. Navajo legend spoke of medicine men who had broken tribal taboos, gaining the ability to transform into animals, or something between animal and human. What circled the cabin now might not be the exact creature of Navajo legend, but it shared enough similarities to terrify me. And whether it was truly supernatural or simply some unknown predator with unusual abilities, it was undeniably dangerous. I braced the desk more firmly against the door, then searched the cabin for anything I could use as a weapon. Under the wood stove, I found an ancient iron poker, its end rusted but still pointed. Not much, but better than nothing. Outside, something continued to circle the cabin, occasionally scratching at the walls or window. Twice more it spoke, using different voices now, once in what sounded like a child's plea for help, once in a language I didn't recognize. I tried to formulate a plan. The main road couldn't be more than 10 miles away. If I could survive until dawn, I might be able to make a run for it. But 10 miles was a long way with something hunting you. As the night wore on, I searched the cabin more thoroughly. Behind the rotting logbooks, I found a metal first aid box. Inside was a flare gun with a single flare. Ancient, possibly non-functional, but worth trying if things became desperate. Around 3 in the morning, by my watch's reckoning, the siege intensified. The scratching became more aggressive, focusing on the door and window. The desk blocking the door began to inch forward as something pushed against it from outside. The single window pane developed a crack that spread slowly across its surface. I readied my makeshift weapons, knife in one hand, poker in the other, flare gun tucked into my belt. If the door or window gave way, I would fight with everything I had. Just as the pressure on the door reached its peak, a new sound cut through the night, distant but distinct. A helicopter, its searchlight sweeping over the forest canopy perhaps a mile away. The assault on the cabin ceased instantly. I heard a rapid movement away from the structure, branches breaking as something large moved quickly through the underbrush. I grabbed the flare gun and ran to the window, frantically cleaning a section of glass with my sleeve. The helicopter was still visible, its searchlight methodically scanning the forest. A rescue operation, perhaps for another lost hiker. My salvation, if I could attract their attention. I forced the window open, its frame protesting after years of disuse. Taking careful aim, I fired the flare gun into the night sky. The red flare arced high, burning brilliantly against the darkness. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the helicopter altered course, its searchlight swinging toward my position. They had seen it. As dawn broke, the helicopter touched down in the meadow in front of the cabin. 2 search and rescue personnel approached cautiously, clearly surprised to find someone in the abandoned outpost. "Are you Michael Brennan?" one called out. "Your wife reported you missing 3 days ago when you didn't return from your hike." I nodded, too exhausted to speak. As they led me toward the helicopter, I glanced back at the forest edge. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing among the trees, impossibly tall, impossibly thin, watching as I was led away. When I looked again, there was nothing there. Just trees swaying in the morning breeze. The helicopter carried me to a regional hospital where doctors treated me for dehydration, exposure, and what they referred to as acute stress reaction. My wife arrived shortly after, her face a mixture of relief and lingering worry. "You were missing for 5 days," she told me, squeezing my hand. "What happened out there?" I couldn't answer immediately. How could I explain what I had experienced without sounding completely unhinged? So I told a simplified version. I got lost, my compass malfunctioned. I took shelter in an abandoned ranger outpost, and I was lucky enough to spot a search and rescue helicopter. The doctors kept me overnight for observation. During that time, a park ranger came to take my statement, recording the details of my misadventure for their records. I found myself editing my story further, omitting the strange bundles, the circling presence, the voice that had mimicked my own. Some experiences defy conventional reporting. "You're lucky," the ranger said when I finished. "That section of the park has claimed several hikers over the years. Some we never found." His casual statement chilled me more than he could know. "What do you mean, claimed?" The ranger shrugged. "People go missing. It's a wilderness area, dangerous terrain. Sometimes we find them, sometimes we don't." He hesitated, then added more quietly, "The locals have their own theories." "What theories?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. He seemed to debate whether to continue, then said, "The native tribes in this region have traditional warnings about certain areas of the forest. Places where they say the boundary between worlds is thin. Places where things can cross over." I wanted to ask more, but the ranger received a call on his radio and had to leave. Perhaps it was for the best. I wasn't sure I wanted confirmation of what I'd experienced. I was discharged the following day with a prescription for anti-anxiety medication and a referral to a therapist specializing in trauma. Everyone assumed my haunted expression and jumpiness were typical responses to a near-death experience in the wilderness. No one suspected the true nature of what had pursued me. In the weeks that followed, I tried to resume my normal life. I returned to work, attended therapy sessions, and gradually the acute symptoms of fear began to subside. But something fundamental had changed in me, a permanent alertness, a new awareness of how thin the veneer of safety and civilization truly is. I couldn't let it go. During my lunch breaks and late at night, I researched similar experiences. The internet was full of accounts, most obviously fabricated, but some with a ring of authentic terror that resonated with my own experience. People who had encountered something in remote areas that defied conventional explanation. Something that mimicked human voices, that left strange totems, that hunted with unnatural persistence. 6 weeks after my rescue, I received an unmarked package at my office. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a photocopy of an old journal entry dated 1879, written by a surveyor working in the same mountain range. The Indian guide refuses to proceed further. He speaks of a creature that steals not just lives but identities, that can wear a man's voice like a garment, that pursues with endless patience. The other men mock his fears, but I have heard something in the night that gives me pause. My own name called out in my own voice, though I sat alone by the fire at the time. Below this was a hand-drawn image that made my blood freeze. A bundle of twigs and what appeared to be hair, tied in exactly the same configuration as the tokens I had found in the forest. There was no return address, no indication of who had sent this to me. But at the bottom of the page was a handwritten note. It remembers those it hunts, and it is patient. That night, I woke at 2:17 a.m. to a familiar sound, something dragging heavily across the ground outside our suburban home. My wife slept peacefully beside me as I crept to the window and peered through the blinds at our backyard. At the edge of our property, where our manicured lawn meets the small wooded area beyond, stood a figure. Even at that distance, I could see its proportions were wrong. Too tall, too thin, limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. It raised what might have been a hand in greeting. Then, with deliberate slowness, it hung something from a tree branch, a small bundle that caught the moonlight as it swayed in the gentle breeze. I've moved 3 times since that night. Changed jobs, changed names. But sometimes, in the dark hours before dawn, I wake to the sound of something dragging across the ground outside my window. Something patient. Something that remembers. And I know with absolute certainty that it's only a matter of time before it wears me. Note: while researching this account, I discovered over a dozen similar reports from the same region spanning more than a century. Park records confirm that the area has an unusually high number of missing persons cases, with bodies rarely recovered. Local Native American tribes continue to avoid certain sections of the forest, citing traditional beliefs about entities they refer to as skin takers, or those who wear. Whatever stalked me through that wilderness, I believe it still waits there, watching for its next opportunity. This account serves as both warning and confession. If I disappear someday, at least there will be a record of what happened. Anonymous submission. Posted October 15th, 2023.